Affirmative. Is guys a gender-neutral term? That is the question. Guys, by which I mean all of you, gals, and non-binary pals. Welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? I'm Abigail Beck, your host, and tonight we are going to be discussing some things.
Affirmative.
Some stuff.
Affirmative.
And some news.
Negative.
What do you mean negative? What do you mean no? Like I've got news here. My browser is unrecognizable because there's so many tabs open. What do you mean negative? What does that mean? What is it? Is that... I can't with this fucking bot. Honestly. No news today. We're just talking about things and stuff apparently.
Fuck.
No, fuck you. You asshole. Stupid robot, Jesus.
Should I remove this imbecile?
I am the streamer. You can't remove me. The audacity of this bitch. Okay, folks, how's it going? Welcome in. I hope you're all well. The Botwick. The Botwick is doing it, making their own decisions today. I honestly feel like sometimes. I mean, I wrote the bloody thing. I didn't write the bot. But I created the very concept of you, Botwick. I could change your gender. You want me to do that? Do you want me to do that to you?
Negative.
Okay, yeah, we'll calm down then. Chill out. Alright?
Affirmative.
What do you think of that, you dipshit? What if I make you... What if I make you a he, him?
A sound plan.
Oh, so you just want to go back to being he? Okay, well... I mean, we can if you want. What about it? You want to be an it?
Fuck.
I don't think you can use fuck as a pronoun. Anyway. I will trans your gender, Draco. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all having a good one. I need to add some more responses to this that are a bit more vague. So we can fuck around with that a little bit more. Yeah, I thought, its pronouns kind of work for Botwick, don't they?
Thank you, cunt.
Well, you're welcome. I mean, we can get along.
Negative.
I'm about to...
I sincerely apologize.
Thank you.
Fuck.
Did you just call me a fuck, or were you saying fuck because you were apologizing? I don't know. Can we just flip off, Gingerbeard Man? Is that alright? Can we just do the stream now?
A sound plan.
You didn't need to interrupt me. You didn't need to cut me off. I was still talking. I like this bit. Can we keep doing this bit?
A sound plan. Affirmative. An interesting idea.
You can stop. You're dragging it out now, okay? You just... My show. I'm the one who's doing all of this. I am the one in charge of all of this. I wrote this bit. Okay? I'm the one who does the... Just fucking backtalk me, you stupid robot. Fuck can't be a pronoun, but fucker is Bolsonaro's pronoun. That reminds me of when that person who doesn't know how English works, I forget what her name was. Some American somebody in politics tweeted that her pronoun was patriot. Sorry, Patriot tweeted that Patriot's pronoun was patriot. I have to respect I have to respect Patriot's pronouns. So that we're all aware Patriot... I've forgotten what Patriot's actual name is. But Patriot's pronoun is Patriot. That's it. They're just the one. Just so we're clear, whoever this person was. Anyway.
You should be thankful you have this content to consume.
Yes, you
bitch.
should. What'd you just call everybody? Dude, what? It was WTG? Which one's WTG? I don't know who that is. It wasn't Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't think. Or was it? Hang on, now I need to know. Alright, maybe it was MTG. Was it? No, Lauren Boebert. This idiot, alright? This moron. Mocked for declaring my pronoun is patriot, which is not a pronoun. No, yeah, it was Lauren Boebert. We went over this story. Why did that just occur to me? I don't even know. Like, anywho's. Okay, so yeah, what do we think of the me interacting with Botwick bit? Like, do you like it?
An interesting idea.
I wasn't asking you. I might add some more responses to this, because I've got a bunch of things here that are kind of generic. There you go, Carolyn. I'm glad you all remembered that I can give you the finger, you dickheads. Neopronouns really getting out of control. It has potential.
Affirmative.
The only thing is you can clearly see I'm pressing the button over here.
How dare you?
What do you mean, how dare... What do you mean, how dare I? Were it not for me, Botwick, you wouldn't have a voice.
Fuck. Thank you, cunt.
You could have done without the insult. Okay?
Thank you kindly.
That's more like it. Glad we could be on the same page here. Just use what pronouns you want to use. Doesn't matter how fucking weird they are for the most part. I mean, yeah, true. Thank you, cunt, is a polite response in Australia. Yeah, but you know it. Fuck it, from now on, Botwick's name is it. Pronouns are it, sorry. You can call Botwick it as a name if you want. But I'm in charge of you, Botwick. I'm in charge of you, and I am deciding now. I'll have to change them manually later, because in chat you'll still come up as they, them. But, yeah, the bot's American. So when the bot says cunt, the bot means it in a really aggressive, snarky, probably very misogynistic way.
Affirmative.
See, I told you. Sorry to be asking an annoying question. Maybe someone in chat can respond. What made me change my channel name? Well, I was Rogue Bitch before. Rogue BXTCH. Which is where the Rogue Room came from as a general concept. Rogue BXTCH. I released a video that attacked the Super Straights because they're a bunch of dumb wankers. And I think they mass reported my account for having an inappropriate username. And then Twitch gave me a 7-day suspension. Which was not great, not very poggers. And when I came back, well, they gave me an indefinite suspension. I just managed to get it back after 7 days. They changed the name to Rogue BX, which I sat on for 2 months. I used that for 2 months. And then once I finally had the opportunity to change my name, because they used the name change, what happens on Twitch is you can change your name once every 60 days, right? And you can change the capitalization of your name whenever you want. But you can change your name once every 60 days. When they changed my name, they did it and took that 60-day name change away from me. So I had to wait another 60 days before I could choose my own name. So for a while I was Rogue BX, which means nothing to me. And I'm like, I said to I thought over it for a bit. During that period, I'm like, when I get my name changed back, I don't want to be Rogue BX anymore. I hate it. And I tried a bunch of them in my head and I'm just like, well, you know what? I like the idea of Abigail Beck, i.e. me, being, I don't know, being the content. Like my persona is the content, is the primary thing. So I thought, let's make my channel a name, not just a username, because I'm not exactly like a gamer, so to speak. There you go. Enjoy that. I mean, I am, but I'm not one of the gamers. You know, I'm not one of those people who will create a username that's an identity when you're playing COD or whatever. Yeah, it's authentic. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Just Abby being Abigail, exactly. Right back at you. Oh, how dare you. Do I have a how dare you on here?
How dare you?
There you go. I have a little challenge for you folks. I have a little challenge. I was messing around earlier. Let me see if I can find this really. Is Windows going to do this for me? Here we go. Logitech Capture. Hopefully this doesn't fuck my camera. It shouldn't. I just want to open a folder that requires me to open Logitech Capture to find it first. Hello Kiara, how you doing? Give me a moment while I find this. If it works, it might not, because OBS is already open using my camera, so I probably won't. Yeah, there we go. Camera not available. Okay, I have a challenge for you, folks. I want a little hidden object challenge here. Sorry for the dreadful quality of this image, but I want you to see. I want you to tell me if you can see the hidden object in this image. I'm covering a part of it, but don't worry. The hidden object is not in this corner of the screen. Can you see the hidden object in this picture? Nerd cunt is auto-modded on some channels. I guess. Do you mean those two together? I can understand the word cunt being modded, auto-modded by itself. Guitar? No, that's obvious. It's right there. The dildo. Wait, I didn't leave... Oh, I left all my makeup out. Dang it! Asstoad got it. The cat! Can you see him down here? Hiding near the stack of games. I was messing around with my camera settings. And by the way, Logitech Capture takes some dog shit photos. Look at the quality. This is awful quality. I don't know if you can see how bad it is, but it's atrocious. It's really low quality. I don't know if I can change the settings to fix that, but... Yeah, it looks like MySpace era. Bad. Danny Boy, welcome to the Rogue Room. I hope you are doing well. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, so... 2 pixels and a quarter. Yeah, I know. You got it right! Can we get... let's do... Can we get this in chat? There we go. Aw, damn it. There we go. There's a chant. Let's start that chant going. Heck yeah, Asstoad. Could have at least rounded it to 2.5 Logi, bitch. Oh my goodness. Alright, so. Yesterday I tried to go live. Let's talk about this really quickly. Let's get this out of the way. I at first was very confused because all of a sudden I was live. I was definitely streaming. And I realized I wanted to have my Twitch dashboard up. So I went to open my Twitch dashboard up and adjust my title and things like that in the starting soon screen. And I changed the name of my stream and all of that. And all of a sudden it's like, none of your changes have applied. And I'm like, why? Why did none of my changes apply? And then I reloaded the page and nothing was loading. And then I was getting a bunch of errors. And then I realized Twitch was sort of mostly down. The strange thing though was that there were a lot of streamers who were still streaming through it, so I don't know what happened there. Maybe they just didn't realize the internet was down, or maybe certain people were affected and certain people weren't. But basically, Fastly, global internet outage. Why did so many sites go down? And what is, I don't know what a CDN is, but I guess we'll find out. We're going to read about exactly what happened yesterday. The internet decided to piss itself in Australia. Was it in Australia specifically? Because I was hearing from people outside of Australia that the internet was also broken. So I don't think it was just Australia, but maybe it is. This is from ABC News at the very least. So yeah, Fastly, global, this says global internet outage. So those sites, at least Reddit, Twitch, Twitter, I think, had a bit of a bug, but Twitter was up. Twitter was able to be accessed. But like, for example, Twitch support posted a tweet and the emojis weren't loading correctly. They were just like a line of text. Anyway, it's worldwide, yeah. So not just Australian. So if you are having difficulty accessing your favorite website on Tuesday evening Australian time, you're not alone. A jaw-dropping number of major websites around the globe suddenly became unavailable with no immediately obvious explanation before reappearing an hour later. It's disconcerting when the sites we rely on suddenly become inaccessible, and even more so when it happens on such a vast scale. This outage saw seemingly unrelated sites go dark, including the BBC, Pinterest, and the Financial Times, Reddit, and even The Conversation. How can so many sites from so many different organizations all be affected by the same incident? To understand the answer, you need to know what a CDN, Content Delivery Network, is and how crucial they are to the smooth running of the internet. Excuse me. What happened and what's a CDN? While it's too early to provide a comprehensive diagnosis of the incident, the internet, once it was accessible again, I just stumbled over incident and then internet in such quick succession that I was like, which word is it? Quickly pointed to the culprit, Fastly. Fastly is a cloud computing company that provides CDN services to a range of websites, including Amazon and Deliveroo. I forgot about those were down as well. But how can a single company bring down a noticeable proportion of the internet? That doesn't seem like the right word. I would say portion. I'm picky about English. When we access a website, we might assume our browser goes off to the internet, talks to the remote site, and then presents the page on our screen. While this is in essence what happens, it masks a more complicated process, which can include CDN services. A CDN is a service that allows popular websites to keep copies of their pages closer to their customers. For example, if we want to browse the BBC website, we could talk directly to a server in the United Kingdom. While the internet is perfectly capable of transferring the web page from the UK to Australia, there is an inevitable delay, perhaps a few hundred milliseconds, and nobody likes delays. You're welcome. The experience for the user can be up to 10 times quicker if a copy of the page or elements of its content can be held in Australia and delivered on demand. Of course, accessing a version of the page held in Australia would work great if you're in Australia, but not so much if you're in, say, Los Angeles. So to ensure fast content delivery for everyone around the world, CDNs usually work on a global scale. A CDN service provider will typically operate, I don't know where, I'm reading another line. Oh my, I'm so bad at reading. I am really awful at reading. How do you put up with me? Will typically operate data centers around the world holding copies of popular content in major population centers to deliver content in each region. There's a tweet from Bloomberg regarding it, I suppose. Okay. Alright. It's not even it doesn't even have any context. It's related to the subject matter, but it's just, here's a Bloomberg tweet about the thing. Like, just chuck that in there. Don't even reference it. They just keep talking around the Bloomberg tweet, and I'm really confused. It's like, okay, yes, but we're already aware these things are happening. Who injected that? What's going on? The speed of delivery of a single image or page element may not be noticeably faster coming from a CDN. The difference between 200 milliseconds and 20 milliseconds isn't discernible to most users. Can you imagine being the kind of person who could tell the difference between 200 milliseconds and 20 milliseconds? I guarantee you there are people out there who can just, like, pinpoint it. Psychologically, mentally, they can feel the milliseconds. Because they're, I don't know, ultra nerds or something. However, modern websites often contain many elements, including images, videos, and so on. When combined, the speed improvement through CDNs can be significant. So why did so many sites fail? CDN services provide a valuable service to improve our web browsing experience, but at a cost. When a major CDN provider such as Fastly experiences a failure, it doesn't affect just one website, it's likely to impact every website they support. In Tuesday's example, sites across the world suddenly went offline as requests for the CDN-hosted content were not serviced. This incident demonstrates how reliant we are on technology and on the specific implementations of technology in our modern lives. Somebody mentioned how the fact that Fastly went down is a good example of big tech monopolization. You know, Fastly has the capacity to service all of these big websites, but if something goes wrong, suddenly a huge portion of the internet goes down. You know, that's not a good thing. Was the mouse plague nibbling the internet wires? What was the mouse plague thing? I think I missed the mouse plague thing. I remember seeing references to a mouse plague or something in either New South Wales or Queensland, and I never actually researched it. But as far as I know, I think there was a passing news report when I was on the treadmill. Not the treadmill, I don't use the treadmill. On the exercise bike at the gym, they got a little screen that'll play like the news, or like you can choose different TV channels. And I think there was a report that I wasn't paying much attention to, but they said, don't worry about the mouse plague thing. So I never ended up looking at that story, but I should have. It was interesting. Where were we? If each website we visit hosted its own content exclusively, we would not be facing these issues. However, our web browsing experience would be much slower, reminiscent of the days of dial-up modems. Oh god, kill me. Well, perhaps not quite that bad. Other CDN providers do exist, like Cloudflare. Yeah, we had... last time I remember Cloudflare went down. They actually went down twice in recent memory. We lost sites like... I think we lost Twitter, Discord, Facebook, like a whole bunch. Again, another bunch of really big websites that everyone's using all the time. But anywho, neither here nor there. Despite the global outage, it was resolved within about an hour. That would seem to indicate it's unlikely to have been a security or hacking related issue. It was more likely due to a short-term failure in Fastly's infrastructure or a misconfiguration that spread through its systems. Could it happen again? Fastly is not the only CDN provider. Other high-profile services include Akamai and Cloudflare. Outages are not uncommon, but they are usually short-lived. Readers can be assured, assuming you haven't lost internet again, that service providers are closely watching this incident to ensure lessons are learned for the next time. There we have it. That explains. I hope you understood that. I understood that. Did you understood that? Did you let me just do a bad English. Here we go. There's a poll for you. There you go. I got a poll for you. Did you understood that okay? You did a understanding. They sound like those insufferable fucking ICANN has cheeseburger cats. Just fucking Don't take us back to those awful times. Good Lord, good gravy. No, I don't want to go back to that era. But you know what I do want to do right now? Let me just do something for you. Let me just share something marvelous with you. Okay, I need to show you this. This is important. This is crucial. Okay? No, I'm not doing Facebook memes. Fuck no. However, I will need to access the Facebook for just a moment. I can has cheeseburger. You can has. You can has. I would like to be hasing cheeseburger. What the fuck, dude? But since I can't, I'll get one on. I'll get them on Friday. I will has cheeseburger on Friday. I will has vegan cheeseburger on Friday. Yes, I will. I am going to get vegan cheeseburgers and make them for my kids for dinner. Plant-based burgers. We'll do that shit. Anyway, but that aside, putting all that aside for a moment, this is such an important story that I need to share with you all. This is my cat sunbaking. His name is not Sunbaking, his name is Smudge. This is Smudge, my cat, sunbaking. Just so we're clear. Okay, I need you to be aware of this. Right now. That is my cat. Out like a light. He was just still. I was very cautious. I'm like, don't move too quick or he'll flinch. Just look at him. No, they be taking my bucket. Oh my god, I forgot that. That's a good one. How's it going, folks? Hello, Beth. How you going? So, you did understood that. Okay, so we know why the internet went down. So, it was basically another Cloudflare situation, but a different company. So that, yeah. So, you know, there's a big server somewhere. Well, it's not really a server, but you know what I mean. There's a network that keeps the content you regularly consume local so it's easy to access. And it, you know, one of those big things went down yesterday. Specifically, Fastly. But like was mentioned in the article, there's also Akamai and Cloudflare. That particular cloud fell out of the sky. That's some good shit. Good one. That was a good one. That was a good one. That's how you do a comedy. Boo. I don't have a boo sound effect anymore.
Please explain.
Why did... Also, folks, you know I'm trans. You know I'm a trans girl. I'm looking to see where my cat is and he's not hiding behind the guitar. Damn it! Anyway, you know I am one of the transes. However, every so often, well, I mean, not really a however moment, but every so often we do get an individual here in chat who accuses me, a woman, a wombin, a wimpund, a woomed, woman, I'm making fun of J.K. Rowling. Anyway, every so often, someone comes in here and they say, "You're a man. You'll never be a real woman." Well, from now on, if I or one of my mods catches one of them in chat, I say to thee, man ban. You will cop a man ban. Okay? So we're clear. I need to add like a sound. I need to add either an explosion to the end of that or like a jail cell door closing. What do I add to that? It's not finished yet. I want to add a graphic to it that comes up on screen when I press the button. I want to start bringing back production value. That'd be good. Lots of echo. Oh, the sword would be sick! Hang on. It was the best thing to come into. Here we go. Let's try this. Let's try this. I mean, I don't know how that sounded. Fuck off, motorcycle. I can't really record it. Anyway. I could probably just find a free sound effect on the internet that I could use for that. Anyway. A jail slam and a baby crying. I need to like stab a melon or something. Something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Yeah, I could find a sound sample easily. At any rate, how you doing, Batty? What's going in? What's going in? What's going in, folks? Are you using lubricant? Anyway. Well, we know that the Fastly thing. We did the Fastly thing. Excuse me. Okay, so I want to share with you a story, a blog post from Gemma Stone, transgender journalist, mostly writing about the rise of transphobic hate campaigning in the UK. All right, let me put a stream marker here so that I can do that. Because I wouldn't mind turning this into a video if we can, but you all know everybody's favourite creator of the It Crowd and Father Ted. And I think he might have done something else, I don't know. But that guy what made them TV shows who turned out to... you know, his best interest in life was destroying his marriage over his obsession with transgender women. That's what he does these days, is he destroys his own life because he can't get over this fetish he has for harassing trans women. So anyway, that Glinner that got removed from all the sites, get this. Hold on a minute, get this. Hang on. Did I... No, that's not it. I know where I can find it. There's something hilarious. So we can do some yo-yo in a sec, hold on. There is something hilarious here. This is great. He got removed. Fuck off. He got removed from, like, I think he got removed from Twitter at least. Did you get removed from Facebook?
The Rogue Room appreciates your recommendation.
Batty Graves, thank you so much for the host. And, what was I going to say? He got removed from a bunch of sites. And now... Substack take corporate sociable responsibility and remove Graham Lennon from the platform. He's like trying to speedrun getting banned from literally everywhere. Anyway, let's do some yo-yo for a second, and then we will come back to this. He had to admit his marriage due to his trans hate in front of Parliament. I know. And he pleaded in front of, what was it? What did he do? He went in front of a council, some big I don't know what it was. Was that the parliamentary hearing, maybe? And he tried to get them to appeal his Twitter suspension. Which, to be honest, I would love to rag on him all the livelong day on Twitter. But we'll be responsible adults and not do that. We won't ask for Twitter to unban Glinner, okay? But we'll come back to the Glinner thing in a second, because he's a hilarious example of a human failure. Bang! Ow! That was my fucking thumb. Jesus. Okay, so you've been researching the ROGD paper. What's the ROGD paper? It's exactly like the MMR equals MMR equals autism paper. Oh, I see. Could you possibly send me a link to that? Because I'm curious now. Motherfucker, it's cold, so of course I smack my hand with a wooden yo-yo, and it stings like a cunt. Don't go too hard on it when it's cold weather, because you don't want to fuck your hand up. I might have broken something. Jesus, that is stinging. It's not broken. It's certainly going to bruise though. Jesus, you like my dress? I like my dress. It's good, isn't it? This is one of that was really kind of a Veruca Salt moment. Anyway, this was one of the first dresses I think I bought once I was out in proud Sweden. And I love it, but it's not sadly available anymore, which sucks, because like the purple plaid is my vibe. Can we say that right now? Have I seen the video where Glinner winces and nervously chuckles as his friends at LGBA were giggling excitedly about getting Christian right-wing dosh? No, but I did hear about it. I did hear about it, and I would like to see it, if possible. I always look amazing. Thank you kindly. Would I be interested in the interview Stephen Fry and Elliot Page did with Bolsonaro? I didn't know they did that. Anyway, not at the moment though. We'll come back to that. We've got loads on the agenda for tonight. Loads on the trans agenda, including running an ad break right now, because I forgot to run one at the start of the stream, and I might as well get it going every half an hour, as you do. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do for myself, okay? Because I'm an idiot and I keep forgetting to do this, because I want to run ads every half an hour, like I mentioned, I'll keep saying this because I'm sure you all know. I want you all to just be aware that's the reason I'm running ads, is to keep mid-rolls out, right? I want people to come into the stream without being hit by an ad the moment they join. I'm going to put a timer on my phone for half an hour. So that it tells me, hey, you got to run an ad now. Anyway, let's come back. Let's keep going with this thing. We'll quickly glance over this
Your
situation.
Gift to our
Ginger,
passion, you
my
just most
God, what are
appreciated,
you doing?
Friend.
Okie doke. Thank you kindly. Ginger, thank you so much. Oh, why is the bot still doing that? Stop it. Bot, stop doing multiple alerts. At least it's not playing multiple alerts. Thank you for gifting a sub to Mint in Sunset, Lilith Themyscira, Bernard Mixmeg, Tino Tomasi, and Grimpy Coffee. You legend, you absolute legend. Well, that's the daily sub goal wiped out in an instant. That's what we like to see. Thank you kindly. Motherfucker, my hand hurts. That stings. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck me dead. Ow. Also, I've turned off my Rogue Room light. Let's turn the Rogue Room light on. There you go. That's what that's supposed to look like, right? But, you put it over there and it's just a white box. Like, is there even any point? What's the point of that? That's useless. It's feckless. Can I put it like this? No. You can't. Hell with it. It's too small anyway. I need a bigger one. It's a white box. Wow. I'll get a better one. I'll get a bigger one and I'll put it there. Also, I want to change this shelving unit soon. I've got another shelving unit that I would like to bring in and kind of condense most of what I've got down to significantly less collectibles. So I put some of those somewhere else. Yes, I've got a spoon in my coffee today because I had cappuccino when I was licking the froth. Alright, so this is the petition. Why has that got stuff on the end of it? What the heck? The Rogue Room, sponsored by Charmin and Hotwire. Did I get something on my cheek? What was on the end of that? Why was that wet? Anyway. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Okay, so yeah, these people obviously want to get rid of Glinner from Substack, because of course. However, I personally like him having a place to vent his stupid ideas because it's hilarious to laugh at him. Because he just looks like genuinely the most pathetic man I think I've ever seen in my life. He looks like the definition of a man whose life has fallen apart, and that's not even the best photo of him, honestly. That's even worse, and if you go and look for more photos of him, he just looks more and more like the stereotypical example of this man has done everything in his power to destroy his own life. Yes, I'm going to rip on his appearance because that's what he does to a lot of other trans women. Anyway, fortunately he hasn't caught on to me yet. Fingers crossed, so I can make more content around him. Anyway, good moaning, how are you, Faster? Substack's content guideline states Substack cannot be used to publish content or fund initiatives that call for violence, exclusion, or segregation based on protected classes. Offending behavior includes serious attacks on people based on their race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, sex, gender, sexual orientation, age, disability, or medical condition. Graham Lennon has been using his Substack blog as a platform for his gender-critical ideology, but has crossed the line into anti-trans rhetoric on several occasions. For example, a dating app for women and queer people was forced to clarify that trans women were welcome after he set up an account and shared images of users' profiles on his Substack blog, whilst repeatedly invalidating/ridiculing their identity as trans people. We covered that one. He attacks trans women directly using writing such as... Name talks, that's Name, talks a lot about the surgery that lays life-savingly in his future, but I guarantee you the only time X needs a doctor is for an STD. There's no way a misogynist like this is letting go of any body part that brings him this much sadistic pleasure. Fucking Christ, dude. He ridicules trans women with articles such as, I call on you to sort out that wig. Excuse me. He publishes photographs of trans women pre-transition and invalidates their transition or transgender status by ridiculing their appearance, dead-naming them, or referring to them using incorrect pronouns. He continually, I got it right the first time, denounces the teaching of transgender issues in schools as being grooming. He had a hand in the young ones as well, of course he did. Grooming is a term which means befriending and establishing an emotional connection with a child and sometimes the family to lower the child's inhibitions with the objective of sexual abuse. So, accusing us all of being pedophiles, as they tend to do. Through his writing, he indirectly incites his readership to target both trans individuals and organizations/national charities promoting transgender rights. Reading the comment sections of his blog evidences the toxic outcomes of his articles. Hang on a minute. There are many, many more examples of his anti-trans ideology combined within... oh my god. I know how to read, for the record. I'm aware of how to read. There are many, many more examples of his anti-trans ideology contained within his blog which clearly breach Substack's content guidelines. Graham Linehan has a previous history in relation to both hateful conduct and they misspelled controversial views. Reading is very hard. Now the shows he made now have been somewhat ruined. Well, apparently, going back to at least the It Crowd, there is a scene in which there is a transgender woman, and it's very, very what you would expect, of him, of his kind of, if Graham Linehan were to write a trans woman, the scene in the It Crowd where Graham Linehan wrote a trans woman would be exactly what you would expect it to be. Let's put it that way. Okay, so already the show... one of the shows has got some pretty direct stuff in it. And as far as I can recall, his other... it might be the bookstore thing, yeah. A few of his other shows have featured things like pretty much outright racism, sexism, he's the kind of person who definitely has the viewpoint of, you can't joke about anything anymore. The cancel culture crowd will get ya. He's one of those. Anyway, Glenn, a professional self-sabotager. It really seems like it. I'll be surprised if in 10 years he has a single dollar to his name. Oh, sorry. A single pound to his name. Anyway. Linehan was banned by Twitter for repeated violations of their rules against hateful conduct and platform manipulation. Twitter defines platform manipulation as using Twitter to engage in bulk, aggressive, or deceptive activity that misleads others and/or disrupts their experience. This includes coordinated activity that attempts to artificially influence conversations through the use of multiple accounts, fake accounts, automation, and/or scripting. Or Euro, because he lives in Ireland, there you go. And inauthentic engagements that attempt to make accounts or content appear more popular or active than they are. I didn't realize that's what it was. So he was using botting to make his... to boost his following and to boost, the engagement on his tweets. Is that what that's saying? Are you serious? He got banned because he was fighting with trans women online and wanted to make himself look like the bigger man by having bigger numbers. Are you fucking serious? He wanted to make himself look right, essentially by ratioing. What a cunt. What a whiny little bitch tits. Being anti-everything, botting, real shit. Who is this wonderful human being? Well, I've got red OBS little square at the moment. Now we're back to green. It's all good. Hi, Goat. How you doing? I was worried we were going to have lag for a second. What was I doing? I clicked over... oh, yeah. Let's make sure our ad rolls are doing fine. Okay. Hello, Fate. How you doing? This might have nothing to do with that, but I used to work at a deli in freezing temperatures making minimum wage. Well, was minimum wage good, though, Rocky? Was it a good minimum wage, or was it a shit minimum wage? Where are you from? Because in Australia, we actually have a pretty good minimum wage. It could be better. But minimum wage here is not terrible. It's livable-ish. More so than the US. Anywho, Linehan appeared on BBC Television's Newsnight programme where he compared doctors treating trans youth to Nazis experimenting on children in concentration camps during the Holocaust. See, there's a problem when the oppressive majority is comparing the minority to Nazis, and when the minority is comparing the oppressive majority to Nazis. We're allowed to compare you lot to Nazis, TERFs, gender criticals, because you are actively trying to commit genocide upon trans people. We are trying to make sure trans people live. There's a very, very distinct difference there, mate. very crucial little bit of separation between our goals there, mate. Brass eye? What's brass eye? Anyway, and those Irish and their conservative ways. Don't buy any of his shows. Don your peg leg and eye patch. Go yar and find it the good old-fashioned way. Yeah, exactly. So, where were we? Children are basically being experimented on with puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are entirely reversible, so we're clear. When asked if he was seriously trying to say that children going to the doctor and saying they're worried about their gender is akin to children being experimented on in Nazi concentration camps, he replied, "I'm afraid I am." Oh, I didn't bring my water bottle. Give me a second. Yeah, he's certainly one of those you can't joke about anything anymore types. He definitely is. Hydration time. Here we go. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Honestly, it was not the best. You tried smoking a pack of Camels in the back to see if you could at least get some type of warmth. But to no avail did it work. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Okay, there's your hydration. Proceeds to mention... Yeah, you can't joke about things anymore. Proceeds to mention the Nazis. You can't joke about anything anymore. Sure you can. Tell me a joke, says the N-word. Pretty much. Pretty much. That's their viewpoint. Their viewpoint is the people are too sensitive these days. You can't joke about anything. You can't joke about anything. But the only thing they know how to joke about is people that are not in the room. You know? The people like Lennon. I went to say Linner. I'm like, that's not... Anyway. People like him and others that have made the same kind of remarks, all they want to do is make jokes about minorities that are not in the room. That's what they want to do. They want to make jokes about certain types of people. They want to be the kind of people that are allowed to, among their friends that are all just as privileged as they are, make jokes like, "Oh, you Chinese!" They want to do that shit. They want to do the slanty eyes. "Ah, the fried rice." Like, they want to do that kind of shit all the time. And think it's too, you know, everyone's too sensitive these days. Yeah, Glinner. Glinner is the, even his surname is fucking annoying. Graham Lennon, man. Anyway, those of us that don't like him, well, that's the name he chose for himself. Can't do jokes, freedom of speech. Yeah, no, there's no freedom of speech. There's no freedom of consequence, and freedom of speech is the government, so shut up, exactly. As we were saying, during his appearance at a UK House of Lords Committee on Freedom of Expression Online, Lord Colville, in response to Lennon's complaining that he had been silenced by tech platforms including Facebook, Twitter, etc., said that so many platforms should come to the same conclusion about you is extraordinary if you have done nothing to harass anyone. And we, the undersigned, ask that Substack exercises a level of corporate social responsibility and removes Graham Lennon from their platform. His anti-trans views, masquerading as gender-critical ideology, have no place in forward-thinking and tolerant society. Whilst we value freedom of speech, there must be consequences for those whose views are both abhorrent and specifically target minority groups. So that's just the first little bit of this debacle. There's more, including a post by him and a post by the person he has harassed recently. So, Gemma Stone, like I mentioned earlier, is a transgender journalist. I follow her on Twitter. And they have recently stated they're going to be taking an impromptu social media break soon over what we're about to discover. No one thinks it's funny when I beat up a minority anymore. For shame. The cancel culture of this society we live in. You can't even beat up minorities these days. How would Mark Wahlberg feel? I want to know what Mark Wahlberg's opinion on the cancel culture is of today. You know, he'd certainly have some words about beating minorities. Anyway, so, this is what Gemma has said. She goes by NotCursedE on Twitter. So I'll be taking a long and impromptu social media break soon. This is after once again Graham Lennon has shared a photo of me as a child to his rabid and toxic fan base. Now, we're going to come back to Lennon's own blog post about this same scenario in just a moment. I want to make it known that on the article she's referring to on his blog, it's the header photo. So I'm just making sure that when we switch to that tab that we're scrolled down so we're not showing it, because that would be disrespectful, I think. Anyway, alongside various accusations about me as a person, including claims that I have a lot of STDs, wild, the man wrote all the TV I watched as a child, now spends his time writing lies about me on the internet. What a time to be alive. Lennon has his own piece about the events which led him to once again engage in harassment of a prominent transgender person he doesn't like, which doesn't sit right with me. It doesn't feel okay that the only piece about what transpired are that of, well, Graham Lennon. So before I take my leave to let the bigots seethe and simmer for however long it takes them, I wanted to just quickly give my version of events. So we're going to hear Gemma's... for those of you who follow Gemma on Twitter, I remember this series of events happening. I saw it unfold, so I'm staunchly on her side here. I was minding my own business doing what I do on Twitter, which is mostly just winding transphobes up, because let's face it, that's a ton of fun. Connecting with trans people, posting links to my articles, engaging in discourse, TM, with my fellow trankind. Can I just say I love the phrase trankind? All my trans friends in chat, we are trankind. I fucking love that. That's awesome. The usual, when suddenly and somehow I come across this profile with an absolutely astonishing banner. The picture portrayed a slightly masculinized woman. I take umbrage with that, for the record. Portraying muscular women, as though that's all trans women. Have you seen some of the muscular cis women out there? Good lord. Probably intended to be a transgender woman peeing up against a wall, standing up, obviously. But here's the catch. That wall, it had the word woman written on it in red. The rest of the image is black and white. So there's the picture, so you can get a good glimpse at it. We are trans and we are kind. Yeah, there we go. We are trankind. There we go. We are trankind. Muscle woman, step on me, mummy. We are trankind. Now, we can clearly tell this image is meant to be some sort of bullshit attack on transgender equality. I guess literally interpreted, it's trans women are pissing on women's rights, which is the same old if we give insert minority equality, then everyone else will lose everything. Nonsense civil rights activists have had to push back against for decades. Equality isn't a zero-sum game because the way you choose to treat people and the legal protections we have are not a finite resource. Can we get some pogs in chat for this? The protections we have are not a finite resource. We can extend legal protections to more people. No one loses if we stop being an asshole to trans people except transphobes. Yeah, they lose out on being able to be assholes. So me being me, I thought what better way to show I'm unfazed by this clear attempt at anti-trans propaganda than to appropriate it for myself. I took the banner to photo editing Photo P, which I'm sure is supposed to rhyme with utopia. So Photopia. Yeah, I read it as Photo P too. It's a There we go. Decide. Which is it? Is it Photopia or Photopea? I should have spelt that so it's like P-A, but whatever. Is it Photopea or is it Photopia? Anyway, it was a 5-minute job to crudely cover her watermark, slap a trans flag in the background with the wall lines and art shining through, and finally give the trans woman pink hair. Oh, I didn't notice the pink hair thing is different. Should I dye my hair pink? Or should I dye my hair the trans flag? I finished it up and set it as my new banner. Oh boy, was she pissed. Mission accomplished. I took something a transphobe did to annoy, upset, or hurt trans people with and reversed it. However, I played my no you card too well, it seems, because initially transphobes assumed I had made the art and were calling me all sorts of disgusting things for having done so. Then they find out it was a transphobe who made it, and the next thing you know, Egan, the artist herself, whose real name is Lucia Egenhofer apparently, is threatening me with a lawsuit. No, really, a lawsuit for copyright infringement over piss art. Hello, you have professional in your name, but you are very unprofessional, I see. What you did is called copyright infringement. You have no legal right to touch my artwork with your dirty blue-pink-white hands. Blue-pink-white? Really? That's the best you can do? I've just called my lawyers. Remove it, or I will take legal action. Egan's legal threat, it's a tweet dated 21st of May 2021, and then there's the tweet again. Obviously, I consulted lawyers of my own, and by that I mean people I know with a legal background on Twitter, because my god, I do not have the money for legal fees. I got a few opinions, and they were all roughly the same, in that I was likely covered by the fact that I did not make or intend to use the art for commercial purposes, and it probably counted as fair use under parody anyway. This is not legal advice, I am not a lawyer, and I didn't pay anyone for this information. If you find yourself in a similar situation, please do not just read this as gospel. I had my fun, and rather than drag out the joke for days upon days, and we have decided it is Photo P, for the record, so we're clear, it is Photo P, not Photopia. I had my fun, and rather than drag out the joke for days upon days, and I didn't know if she would seriously attempt to sue me over it. That sentence doesn't make any sense. I had my fun, and rather than drag out the joke for days upon days, and I didn't know, whatever. You know what she means. I don't have the time or money to be fighting pointless court battles, so all in all I figured, yeah, let's just take it down now and be done with it. Egan actually DM'd me after I did to say thank you in a really weird up-your-own-transphobic ass kind of way. Thanks for putting it down. Attack my opinions if you need it, just don't manipulate somebody's artwork. It is a serious thing. You could be taken down from Twitter. Just imagine somebody took and manipulated your own artwork. How would you feel? You're a joke. Hello, Echo. How you doing? Hang on. Here we go. I'll run this poll for you, Fox. There you go. Vote for research. Would you prefer articles or YouTube videos? Well, I mean, articles have a scientific basis, generally speaking, but I suppose a scientist could make a YouTube video. Thank you for the posture check. Anyway, the internet, half the internet went down yesterday. The cloud service Fastly went down. So we lost Twitch, we lost a bit of Twitter, we lost Reddit, all temporarily. Yeah, it was a whole thing. But it was back up within an hour. But it happened right as I was going live, so I just ended up not streaming yesterday, which sucks because I wanted to stream 5 days this week, Monday through Friday, and we'll do it next week then. Fuck it. Honestly, the stones on this lady to be literally drawing artwork meant to undermine trans people's human rights and frame us as disgusting perverts, and also asking other people how they would feel about anything. I haven't even mentioned how her feed, even before I got involved, was just a paradise of harassing and doxing trans people. There were literal threads she had made where she took our photos from our profiles, blocked us, and then started saying abusive stuff about us where we were unlikely to ever see it to be able to report it. So, these people are fucking cowards, man. Genuinely. Gender criticals and TERFs and all of these kinds of people, they are such absolute cowards. They see us as an easily targetable group, you know, when there's not enough of us to make a difference. And they'll do pussy shit like this. This is pussy shit. Take your photos from your profiles, block us, then start saying abusive stuff. Like, that's teenager bullshit. Grow the fuck up. Good lord. Whereas since I got involved, it's largely been covered in my docs, including images of me as a child and art she made where she lists my sins, most of which are just shitposts, some of which were deeply misogynist jokes which I have already taken responsibility for, apologized, and worked to do better on countless times over. See, this is another thing, right? And this comes up in the... There we go. YouTube videos for research? Really? What's wrong with you people? Anyway, uneducated fuckwits. No, I'm kidding. Most of you, anyway. Where was I? Hang on. I had a point I was going to make. Yeah, this thing here. Misogynist jokes, most of which are just shit. Yeah, what was it? Art she made where she lists my sins, most of which are just shitposts, some of which were deeply misogynist jokes, which I've already taken responsibility for, apologized, and worked to do better on countless times over. And this comes back to who watched Lindsay Ellis's video, where she, or ContraPoints' video, cancelling, where, again, people like this will just drag out old stuff that's already been addressed to attack a person. Gemar687, welcome to the Road Room, how are you? You know, these kinds of people are just looking for a reason to deride someone, to make them look bad, and they'll troll through that person's Twitter history. I can't imagine having the patience to do this shit. Unless, of course, they've had those things saved. Like, Lindsay Ellis in her video assumed, or made the... What's it called? I'm just checking my timer on my ads. Made the assumption that there were people who were literally following her social media for years and screenshotting problematic shit to use years down the track. Like, they're that obsessed with wanting to destroy someone that they will hold on to evidence for years after the fact, and then when they do something big, they'll just drag out all this stuff, you know. He'd greatly prefer people like CGP Grey, Tom Scott, Philosophy Tube, Lindsay Ellis, and ContraPoints over dry articles. Fair point, honestly. And I mean, those are all examples of people who, well, I need to watch more CGP Grey. I think I've seen some of their videos. But all of those people you've listed are people whose examples, people who I use as an inspiration for my own little artsy-fartsy YouTube videos. And my next one I'm writing the script for right now is much more performative and much more heavily edited. Keep my fingers crossed. My next video will be close to their level. You love my hair? Thank you. I put some dry shampoo in it today. Doesn't look too bad. As a math student, it's a lot easier to read than listen. Well, I mean, I can understand that. It depends for me. It varies. I feel like sometimes I can take in information better when I'm listening to it and watching someone espouse the information. But it's at the same time, there are moments where I'm reading something and I'm retaining the information a lot better. It's swaps for me. It goes back and forth. I don't even know why. But anyway. Where were we? But for those in the back who didn't hear yet, yes, I came to the internet with South Park level humor in which I thought just saying mean things to hurt people was funny. Does that sound familiar? I did this mostly at the transphobes who were in my mentions, which was largely anti-trans activists here in the UK. I do not engage in this behavior anymore. I think it's toxic and I was wrong to do it. And I used to be one of those kinds of people, I think. You know, just make fun of everyone because that's hilarious. Haha, you're triggered. It's not good. It's not a good vibe. I saw some people... Stop putting that there. I saw some people in the comments of one of Egan's posts about me around the 20th or 21st of May indicating that she should make art of me for her e-shop. For added context, Egan had a Shopify shop in which she hosted and sold a bunch of transphobic merchandise. This included things like t-shirts saying that supporting trans equality is making yourself into trans people's sex toy. It also included the likeness of the infamous victim of harassment online, the GameStop trans woman. Tiffany Moore's being justifiably angry at transphobia was leapt upon by transphobes across the internet, including everyone's favorite Blair White, do you remember her? And turned into a transphobic meme itself, the point of which is, haha, women can't get angry, so you must be a man, I suppose. Which was only exacerbated by Tiffany saying stuff like, do you want to take this outside? You know, like typically aggressive stuff. People jumped on that as well. Fortunately, it came to the internet before social media existed. I mean, so did I, generally. It's funny, my earlier days of being on the internet were much more wholesome. I was in a number of Sims communities, and then I drifted and wavered across different communities throughout my time on the internet, and I had dips into toxicity and then dips out of those. I feel like I'm a much better person now for having gone through that growing experience. And now I realize my own toxicity and actively work on changing it. So I told my Twitter about this and said it was a blatant violation of Shopify's terms of service. I told them I'm not saying report it, but I'm also not saying don't. Obviously, I knew people would, and probably rightly so. Again, this is someone who is literally selling transphobic harassment for a profit, harasses and abuses trans people all day on Twitter, and had the audacity to threaten someone with a lawsuit for making fun of her. After posting my tweet, I hadn't thought twice about Egan until the last couple of days, where I started getting DMs about her. This goes longer than I anticipated. I thought this was pretty short. Doesn't mean I never understood. Even LGBTQIA people participated in that joke. Yeah, it was a really bad situation, the Tiffany Moore thing. Apparently her shop had been shut down because, surprise, surprise, she was breaking the terms of service by hosting hateful transphobic content. No duh. She obviously blamed me for this, and to be honest, fair, I did make the tweet, but she really shouldn't. But really, she should be blaming herself for it. After all, if your shop gets shut down because you made and posted hateful content to it in breach of the terms of service, how exactly is that trans people's fault? Did we make you create a t-shirt comparing trans rights to becoming a sex toy? Did we make you take our likeness to further a harassment campaign against a trans person? Did we force your hand on any of this, or was this all choices you made for yourself? Why is that highlighted? Why is that highlighted? What does that do? I don't know what that does. Anyway, that's just okay, whatever. When you make choices, you may face consequences. Transphobia is slowly being recognized more and more in the world because we just have to keep talking about it. Ironically, the attempts by transphobes to practice transphobia in society are the very seed from which the rebellion grows. The more awful and terrible they are, the more people notice and start pushing back. It's a very slow process, but given enough time, stories like this will be distant relics of the past. Fingers crossed. And right now, I'm going to cancel this. I'm going to run an ad break for just a moment. We're going to just chill for a sec while we let the... Is it going to run? There we go. Pre-roll ads are now disabled for the next 33 minutes. According to this, the ads should be 90 seconds. So we're just going to wait about 90 seconds. We're going to chill out. What are your thoughts? Time for more toilet paper. Didn't create an account on anything until like 2015 apart from Twitch. Twitch logs weren't saved, so you were safe with your shit humor. I've been around the internet a couple of times or maybe more. I've seen the sites. I've had delights from every foreign online shore. And, yeah, I've dipped my toes into places like some of the darker corners of Reddit, mostly. I've been on various message boards. I was on 4chan for a bit. There was a time period where I actually browsed... Was it Encyclopedia Dramatica? Was that the one? Which was one of those age-old let's make fun of the SJWs. I've been on gore sites aplenty. Jesus, I honestly feel fucked up by gore. I just genuinely, like the other day, I had a moment of morbid curiosity where I just wanted to look up the most gruesome deaths in television, like TV shows. Like, how bad has TV done with its deaths, right? And I was revisiting certain, you know, you can probably picture a few that I'm thinking of. And I was just sitting there looking at these videos and this article that detailed these, and I'm like, why am I looking at this? This is gross. This is disgusting. But I can't look away. There's a scene from Spartacus where a guy cuts another guy's face off and his brain slides out. It's almost comical. And I'm like, it's so unnecessarily gory. And yet, because when I was a teenager, like literally around 13, 14, 15-ish, me and my friends would look at gore sites, and it was literal gore, like actual violent deaths, videos, pictures, all of that. And I think it's just stuck with me and mentally scarred me in a big way, to the point where it's, I guess, I like stuff like Mortal Kombat, and I'd probably enjoy the gruesome deaths of The Last of Us 2. Like, I've seen some gameplay of, like, people getting their heads blown off, and I'm just like, I really should go back to a psychologist and talk with them about this, because it's not great. It's it can't be good for me. Anyway. Yeah. I think I'm definitely messed up from that. Anyway, coming back to the Glinner thing. Sorry, we're just taking a little bit of a break there to talk about something else while the ads were running. Where are we going? So I guess that's where Graham Linehan comes in. Word must have got back to him, and as someone who already hates me, he was more than happy to once again post photos of me as a child to the internet in support of Egan. Again, super weird that a grown-up adult celebrity comedy man has photos of me from half my life ago, but you know, this is trans life in Britain right now, I guess. Linehan was already completely livid regarding an active case in Scotland in which a transphobic woman has been charged, with Linehan potentially having prejudiced the case by posting about it... Oh, hang on. To his Substack, likely causing the ongoing harassment campaign against the complainant, who has had to leave home for their safety. So pivoting to attacking me where there's likely no legal repercussions was a smart move, I guess. So that's the story from my perspective. In short, I made fun of a transphobe who threatened me with legal action for doing so, and then had her shop shut down because I pointed out how her content broke the terms of service. Then Graham Linehan and the Toxic Docs crowd got involved to post pictures of me as a child for funsies. The end, hopefully? It's never the end. Transphobes will always find a reason to justify being angry and upset about you and everything you do. This harassment and abuse campaign against me will continue every time I do or say anything they don't like until I stop saying things at all. There's the real silencing of women in this conversation for you. The media won't touch that story for love nor money, though. Doesn't suit the narrative they've all been helping to create these last few years. As for me, I'm off. I'm going to take a long overdue break from social media and knuckle down to get my YouTube videos up and running. I've got everything I need to get started, just need to force myself into getting the ball rolling, and then hopefully we can all learn about some trans history together. I'll still be writing if I find any stories that are interesting enough to drop here, but I get most of my stories from trolling social media to see what other trans people are talking about, so it may be a little lighter on content around these parts than usual. Look after yourselves while I'm gone. Don't do anything I wouldn't. Linens! Yes, we're talking about linens. And now we're going to talk about linen. Now, let me just scroll through this to make sure. Okay, so the only picture of Kirsty in Linen's article, we're going to rip into Linen now even further because Linen's a dickhead. You love the look tonight, thank you. I'm quite happy that I managed to get away with not putting on any bronzer tonight. I could have, but I didn't. Taking a break from Glinner to talk about gore. I would much rather sit through a 90-minute just kill montage of really gruesome deaths in film and television and real life. Just sit me through some real life gore for a solid afternoon rather than having to acknowledge that linen exists in any capacity. I'd be okay with that. That'd be good, you know. Your brother used to do that and he showed you one time a picture, didn't even recognize what it is because it was that unrecognizable. Yeah, I remember distinctly. Some of you may recognize this. Some of you may know the one I'm talking about. There was a picture of a woman who crashed a car at high speed. And there was a whole gallery of pictures. And there were close-ups of the body. And it was just like, you couldn't tell what it was. Just complete, like, dead in an instant, certainly. And yeah, just completely unrecognizable. Just a pile of flesh. There wasn't a person there anymore. You know, it was that kind of stuff. It was really grim. I don't know why I'm describing this to you. Just watch the Graham Linehan interview and he brings up some interesting points. For example, 35 psychologists quit Tavistock over overdiagnosis and medicalization. The Guardian, Governor of Tavistock Foundation quits over damning report into gender identity clinic. I wouldn't trust what the Guardian has to say on it. They have a bit of a transphobic slant in the sense that they never introduce trans commentators into these discussions around trans people. You'll find that's generally the case with trans media, with media like mainstream media surrounding trans people. Why are trans people never a part of discussion? You know, that's one big thing that a lot of trans people have an issue with, is that whenever there's news around us from the big news sources, people like The Guardian, it's never a trans reporter, or trans people are never consulted. I just, don't trust mainstream news when it comes to trans stuff. I don't mind The Guardian for other things, like The Guardian Australia, that is. They tend to have some pretty good reporting, but it's, when it's not trans stuff is the issue. But anyway, so here is Linen's take on this whole series of events. Fortunately, his blog is not anywhere near as long, but it covers the same situations, and at the very top is the image of Kirsty pre-transition, surrounded by a bunch of those edgy tweets that she mentioned in her blog. So they're trying to use that as a way to bring her down. Again, stuff that was posted years ago, stuff that she's addressed and apologized for, and like in that post, as we just mentioned. I'm not going to show the picture because I feel like that's disrespectful, but I don't know what Kirsty looks like now, but it doesn't matter, because even if he passes better than Kevin De Bruyne, I don't know who the fuck that is, you don't get to sexually intimidate and mock women just because you're dressed as one. We're one sentence in. Linen. Jesus Christ, calm down, mate. Kirst talks a lot about the surgery that lays life-savingly in... You know what? In her future. I'm going to correct his stupid writing. But I guarantee the only time Kirst needs a doctor is for an STD again. This is just meandering belligerence. Kevin De Bruyne is a footballer. Okay. Oh, okay. I get you. There's no way a misogynist like this is letting go of any body part that brings her this much sadistic pleasure. Not only that, the Independent hires her as a journalist, where she writes as Gemma Stone, that's her name, so yeah, and allows her to mock and demonize women, that's not what happens, who are justifiably afraid of men like her. That's not... It's hard to read this shit because it's just so bigoted. It's just like... When it involves the minority to which you belong, it's hard to read it. Honestly. It actually fucking hurts to read someone so outright disdainful. And I know these people exist out there. I know more people like Glinner exist out there. It's kind of one of the things, and I know there's a lot of people who are supportive of trans people out there as well. But the thing that worries me is that people who have this level of disdain for trans people could be walking past me when I go to the shops. You know, and they might clock me, and they might think to do something. These are the reason that we have this kind of fear around transphobes. Is this kind of attitude that he has. Anyway, talk about male privilege. I posted a tweet about this today. I'm going to bring this up right now because it feels relevant to bring this into the conversation. Let me see here. It never fails to amuse me when someone accuses me of becoming a woman to gain some kind of social advantage. Because lesbian trans women are so advantaged compared to straight cis men in society, right? Like, does Glinner realize how demonized trans people are as a whole? On top of trans women, you know, being women, and again, I mean, sexuality doesn't factor into this particular piece, but transitioning from male to female, transitioning to a woman, you know, women are like the first pillar of, what's the term I'm looking for here? You know, the privilege that, how do I phrase this? Like, no one is becoming a woman to gain some kind of privilege. That's backwards. That doesn't make any sense. And when you factor in the trans thing, that makes even less sense. People have privilege for being cis. People have privilege for being men. So if someone who is male transitions to female, they're losing a ton of that privilege to begin with. And they pick up a whole ton of bigotry towards them. There's no privilege here. What is this nonsense? Where does this come from? You know? Given how awfully we are treated in general. Anyway, unfortunately, we consider her for just a few seconds longer. Do you remember a few weeks ago when I published this brilliant infographic? Oh, God, look at this nonsense. Feminism, forget gender versus gender ideology, forget sex. This is a point that is worth bringing up. Someone else posted tweet about this recently, and I forgot who it was. But no one who is trans... I've never seen a single trans person. I've looked to see if there are trans people who've said this. There's not a single trans person out there who doesn't believe in sex, who doesn't believe in biological sex. But what we do understand, and unfortunately we have to become educated professionals about this shit to even argue our points, is that sex is not just a simple... what's the phrase I'm looking for? It's not just a simple binary. It's a bimodal spectrum, which means there are essentially two peaks. Most people sit on one of those peaks with regards to their sex biology. I went to say sex bideology. And people can fall in the valley between or outside. You know, the sex characteristics that these transphobes typically associate with gender can vary wildly. Chromosomes, gametes, sex-based organs, all of those can vary wildly. Okay? Just because it's a minority of... okay, so this graphic is actually relating to the artist that we're talking about as well. What was I going to say? Just because it's a minority of people might be intersex or might have different sex biology or might be transgender, doesn't mean you get to completely dismiss that minority of the conversation when you're talking about biology. Sex biology is not binary. End of discussion. Anyway. And yeah, this is why Lucia Eggenhofer, that's why this graphic is here, is a brilliant and established Slovak artist. She draws illustrations for kids and her subject matter is endangered animals she wants to protect. Just look at this beautiful thing. I can't even recognize what that is. I'd show you more of her work, but Cursed E, the woman who wants to rub her hated, for fuck's sake, dude, penis over everything an anonymous woman will be forced to touch, had her e-shop taken down for good reason. We already read the reasoning. Because Eggen was posting transphobic images for sale, profiting off transphobia, which goes against Shopify's terms of service. This isn't even the first time she's been forced out of a community by an abusive autogynophile. We could watch ContraPoint's autogynophilia video if you want. Egan came to Twitter after a purge of Reddit's GC feminist groups by everyone's favorite trans zealot Amy Challenor. I forget that story. I think Amy Challenor was involved with something on Reddit. It was a bad situation. We'd have to go back to that. This is how the internet works in 2021. Empowered and enabled by companies like Shopify and Twitter, misogynistic fetishists hound any woman who objects to their abuse into smaller and smaller spaces. Jenny Galaxy and Verlux, welcome to the Rogue Room. Oh no, I broke the rules and got shut down. Oh, the horror. Egan is trying to rebuild her shop. I mean, there's no problem with Egan having a shop on Shopify or going onto a different website or whatever, as long as you're not posting transphobic garbage that's directly abusive. That's the thing, like we mentioned before, they had posted a t-shirt that featured Tiffany Moore, the GameStop trans woman, right? A meme or whatever, as an option you could buy on their shop. And it's like, yeah, that's clearly breaking the terms of service because you're harassing and abusing somebody to make a profit. Yes, that's against the TOS, and that's exactly why your shop got shut down. It's justified. Welcome back, Ginger. How you doing? In the meantime, she has a website and PayPal, blah, blah, blah. As for Cursed... Incel in address, end of story, stop listening to psychopathic men. Oh my god, the level of cognitive dissonance that Graham Lennon has. Stop listening to psychopathic men on the subject of women's rights. That doesn't work. Graham, sweetie, mate... Oh my fucking Christ. Stop protecting them. Stop giving them jobs in the media. Have some standards for Christ's sake. How is he this dense? I've seen black holes that were less dense than this guy. Honestly. How does he continue to exist? I haven't actually seen black holes. That's not the point I'm making though, right? I can't think of anything denser than a black hole right now, but somehow Graham Lennon is it. Again, it has to be a grift. It has to be a grift, right? I refuse to believe it's not. You know? Because a lot of these grifters I've seen, people like Blair White and that other one I can't think of right now, people like Ben Shapiro and all of that, and they're completely comfortable with degrading themselves for outrage. They're outrage merchants. Not Caitlyn Jenner. No, I'm thinking of Candace Owens. So yeah, people like, I guess Caitlyn Jenner, Candace Owens, Blair White, Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder. It kind of feels like Glenna fits in with those lot, where it's like he's okay degrading himself for the sake of pushing an agenda and making money off it, but he doesn't seem like he's really killing it in the financial department, especially given he's maybe living off royalties from, you know, Father Ted's and It Crowd syndication or something like that. I don't know how he stays afloat. I can only imagine, but he's destroyed his life over this ideological thing, so maybe it's a bit different from the grifters, where it's clear they are getting bought and paid for to espouse their ideologies, but Glenna genuinely believes this shit and is committed to it, right? He holds on to this like nothing else. Maybe watch Brass. I haven't seen any of it. I've seen the It Crowd and I've seen bits of Father Ted, but I haven't watched much of his stuff. But yeah, the level of psychological separation he is experiencing. Do not let psychopathic men weigh in on women's rights. What the fuck are you doing, you dickhead? This guy is just unstable. The best thing for him would be to check into a rehabilitation clinic for some reason, go to therapy, talk to a therapist, and he needs to get offline and stop interacting with transphobes and trans people on the internet, because it's clear this is mentally destroying him. Like I mentioned in a previous video, a little while back now, Graham Lennon is obsessed with trans people, especially trans women. Not so much trans men. Like I've mentioned in the past, a lot of these transphobes are specifically obsessed with trans women, and trans men seldom enter the conversation, which I guess good for them. They get a bit of a break from it, but there are a few specific transphobes out there who do commentate on trans men. Abigail Shrier is one of those. But yeah, the fact that he keeps going on about this sort of thing is unsettling. It's disturbing. It really is. It's disturbing. Anyways, I can't imagine. I don't know. I think he could be like, I've had that thought that maybe he's an egg, especially given the way he did himself up for the lesbian dating app thing. It's definitely big potential denial moves, but at the same time, I don't want to associate with somebody that bigoted. But at the same time, one of the most prominent trans people in the public discourse right now is Caitlyn Jenner, so invariably we're going to get a bunch of wanker trans people because people can be wankers and we just have to live with that. Some of them are going to be negative representations of the community, so if he turns out to be whatever, you know, what if Glinner is the Agent Smith direction? What do you mean by that? A confused twat is leaving. I saw their first message and I stopped paying attention. I didn't really pay attention to anything they said. So anyway, yeah, that's that. That's Glinner. We're gonna mark that one there. Yeah, I know Agent Smith is from The Matrix, but I'm trying to figure out what you mean. What Kayla means. I haven't paid attention to The Matrix in a while. Came back to see the last message is no great loss. What have they said? What did they say? Okay, if men and women are equal, they're not equal. Yeah, men and women are not equal. They're not. Just based on social standards. We're talking, you know, broadly, sociologically, in a sense. Actually, that's the subject of my essay that I'm doing at the moment, is discussing gender inequality. And, you know, we can try to assert that in a utopian sense, men and women and non-binary people would be equal. Ideally. But unequivocally, I think everyone in this room can state, everyone in this chat room, not in this bedroom, there's only me in here, the cat's out there. I think we can all unequivocally state that men are at the top of the food chain. In The Matrix, Neo is what happens if Anderson transitions. Agent Smith is if Anderson refuses to transition and instead fights the very thing they feel in themselves. Oh, okay. Was on par with the shitty troll attempts of a 10-year-old. They're all about 10. They shouldn't be on Twitch. The minimum age for someone to make an account on Twitch is 13. So they shouldn't be on here if they're less than 13. So, you know. It shouldn't be surprising. It shouldn't come as a shock to anyone that there are kids on this website making accounts when they shouldn't be. Anyways. Oh, goodness me. That's how The Matrix was originally written. Yeah, there was a lot of... and don't get me wrong, the Wachowskis did manage to get a lot of trans symbolism in there. Into the final product. But there was so much that was cut with regards to the trans message. Especially, like, my favorite example is Switch being either a gender fluid character or just an outright trans character who was going to be female outside the Matrix and male inside the Matrix, but ended up just being arguably female, according to the movie at least. I don't think the character was big enough that they really even touched on the character's gender in any big way. But yeah, they ended up removing that because the studio thought it was too confusing. And honestly, it would have been so much cooler to see that, even if you didn't factor in the transness of the character. Just the idea, it's like, you know, okay, you go into the Matrix and you're different. You're dressed different, your hair's different, you know. It doesn't seem that outlandish just from the perspective of someone who would be, you know, cis straight and doesn't even think about gender stuff. You'd see a character who changes gender going from outside the Matrix to inside of it. It just becomes this strange, fantastical element of the world. You know, it's just like, oh, that really makes it otherworldly. That it doesn't even need to necessarily, to a common audience member, be a non-binary or trans thing. You know, adding that kind of detachment from our reality can only serve to improve the overall product. But the studio was like, no, that's too weird. when it came to Switch. That pisses me off so much. Streamers that literally let people stay when people are openly under 18 and in their 18 plus channels. Don't know how they don't get reported. Yeah, I try to keep a firm hand with this. Don't be in my stream if you're under 18. I swear like a fucking sailor, as you can clearly see. But the thing is, I'm not against the idea of teens being in here, people who are under the age of 18 being in here, but don't come in here telling me your age, because then I have to get rid of you. That's the thing, is like, I feel as though my content could benefit young people, especially when we're talking about trans stuff, could help trans kids come to terms with that sort of thing. I'm okay with them being here, but this is an 18 plus stream. So, if you are under the age of 18, be aware of that. Would have been awesome, like it's sci-fi and they were worried about being confusing. Exactly. Sci-fi should bend your mind a little bit. Elaborate trolls are better, like having North Korea and Somalia in the polls of where Justin Bieber was going to play a concert next. Yeah, don't be stupid enough to tell people that you're under 18. Matrix doesn't need a reboot, it needs a show. Well, the new movie's not a reboot. They're doing it's the Matrix 4. It's a sequel, I think. And I think it's just Lana Wachowski directing, or Lily Wachowski, I forget which one. Think about it, in the sequel, Neo faces the 1000 Smiths. It's the power of society true. Chickwood Stick, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? And what do you say to people who shit on the sequels and pretend they don't exist? True. Child, just because you don't like something, it still exists. Yeah. I must admit, I'm not a huge fan of the sequels of The Matrix, but I did like them. They weren't perfect, but I don't think they were ever going to match up to the original, honestly. They did have some good aesthetic changes. They did have some good aesthetic ideas. Like the twins in the sequel. They were so fucking cool. His humor might be lost, and a lot of people just checked out that lesbian dating thing, and it was funny as fuck. You gotta watch Brass Eye. The lesbian dating thing wasn't funny as fuck. He was targeting trans women. It was legitimately a harassment campaign. The Animatrix is amazing. It is. My cousin was talking about that the other day when we were hanging out. We were discussing The Matrix 4, and he brought up he wants to rewatch The Animatrix. He used to be like really obsessed with it. And I watched it. It's really good. The Animatrix is really good. I do wish I had gotten into The Matrix Online when that was live. Even though, from everything I've heard, it was fucking shit. Fortune had a troll operation where they rigged Bieber's polls. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I also remember the one where they rigged a poll for... What's his name? Mr. Worldwide? I forgot what his name is. You know who I'm talking about. And he got sent to a small town in Alaska, and he went there, and he did his performance to, like, I think 2,000 people? Maybe even less than that, actually. What's his name? Why do I want to play The Matrix Online? Because I never got to. Pitbull, that was him, yeah. Pitbull got sent to a tiny town in Alaska, barely any population, and he went and he did it, the legend. The internet voted to send him to some small town in Alaska. I think Taylor Swift might have done the same thing. I can't recall. But anyway, fun times. Alright. Excuse me. So, continuing with the trans discussions. I posted a tweet today, because I did. Because I do that. I post tweets. I have a Twitter, and I post tweets on there. And it's a whole Twitter thread. I'm not going to read the whole thing. We already did this discussion about Mark Latham proposing a bill that would restrict the education on gender identity and sexuality in schools, right? So he doesn't want gender fluidity and sexuality is tacked onto that. Being taught in schools. So he's proposed this bill to outlaw that sort of education. We already had our big discussion about why that's a bad thing, because, we need formal education around these things when teenagers are in their formative years and having all of these questions about identity. Having those questions answered in a formal school setting can only benefit them, can only benefit them when they're confused about gender and sexuality, and having that kind of education in class is not just going to help them understand themselves, but also understand their fellow students. And thus, it can only lead to a better society for everyone when students are being raised in an environment where they can accept people, right? But Mark Latham would prefer that to be kept in the household. That kind of discussion can only belong in the home. Anyway, they had an online vote for where she was to do a concert, and 4chan voted for a deaf school. Fucking Christ. 4chan tried to be mean, but Swift was a legend and did what she could to give the kids a great time. Oh, that's good. That's good. What did I do today? Just the usual. I did the gym. I did a bit of... what did I do today? I did some housework mostly. Didn't do a whole lot. Bought a couple of groceries. Anyways, not a big day, but I am absolutely exhausted because I've been pushing myself in the gym this past week. I've gone so hard on especially legs on Monday. I absolutely destroyed my calves. They're still aching today, which I suppose is a good thing that I'm actually going that heavy on them that it's leaving me sore, because that means it's working and the muscles are growing. But good lord. Anyway, in response to that tweet, I actually tweeted it because I said I don't really hear a lot about anti-trans stuff in Australia, which worries me. Because, like, what if these discussions are being held behind closed doors with regards to anti-trans policy and all that, and there's just not sources reporting on them? I'm hearing so much stuff about anti-trans bills in the US and anti-trans things in the UK, but I'm not hearing a lot out of Australia. That Mark Latham thing, I think that's actually the second piece of legislation he has proposed. The first one was about language in Congress or Parliament or whatever it's called, using that kind of gendered language in a political setting. So there's like little bits of it, little stepping stones towards much worse anti-trans stuff in Australia. And I wanted to know more. I was like, well, I hope there is some more stuff going on so that we can stay on top of it and report it and actually make people aware, because I'm Australian. I want to know if there's going to be stuff that's going to affect me or fellow trans Australians in a similar way that is being, in a similar and atrocious way that is, what's the phrase I'm looking for? Similar way to what America and the UK is doing. I can't phrase exactly how I want to phrase it. Anyway, somebody responded with this article. That's what I wanted to press, but that's not what I wanted to press. Transgender people in the Australian press bombarded by outright harassment. We're going to have to run another ad break in just 2 minutes. Matter of fact, I will put my alarm, my little countdown clock over here so I can see it. In 2019, The Australian, one of the few remaining national newspapers in Australia, came under scrutiny because of its biased and harmful representation of transgender people. On social media, critics highlighted the use of alarmist headlines, misleading information, and the exclusion of transgender voices. This is incredibly commonplace when it comes to journalism around trans people in general. If you are looking at a story about trans people, please try to seek out queer news sources and see what they have to say about it. Get their opinions, get their voices. As one parent told ABC Media Watch, the Australians reporting felt like being bombarded with outright harassment. Though there is little research on media representation of transgender people or issues in Australia, research shows that media representation has an impact on individuals' perception of their identities and society's attitude towards them. Further, a recent Victorian study suggests that far-right groups exploit sensational reporting on gender and sexual diversity as an opportunity to recruit. This demonstrates the importance of accurate representation in mainstream media. The only thing you see about Australia is just sports. We do have a couple of stories from last night that actually relate to sports in Australia, funnily enough, that we'll get into. In this spirit and motivated by a high number of complaints, the Australian Press Council released advisory guidelines for reporting on people with diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, and sex characteristics in November 2019. However, unlike the protocols for covering suicide or speaking with patients, the advisory guidelines are not binding. In practice, media outlets can publish nearly anything about gender and sexual minorities so long as it appears in the opinion section. Not more trans in sports stuff. And I'm just going to run another ad break right now so we can get ahead of that. I might actually set this to 31. 30. Done. Start. Okay. So there we go. If you are seeing an ad and you would not like to, please be sure to hit that subscribe button to continue to consider. Please consider supporting the channel. I wish I could actually speak some days. I can't. I don't know how to. But yeah, no, not more trans in sports stuff, but there are a few sports-related stories. I think one was about Adam Goodes. Let me have a look here. Actually, the only one that's about Australian sports is the Adam Goodes story. And then we've got a story about the Logan Paul versus Floyd Mayweather fight. You just want to read about that a little bit? It's the internet losing their minds. I forget who said this, but it was words to the effect of, if you've ever said "eat the rich," You're no longer allowed to say "eat the rich" if you paid $50 to watch Floyd Mayweather and Logan Paul beat the shit out of each other. It's true though. Anyways. So, as we were saying, let's come back to this really quickly. Where are we? Is that long enough? I think that's... Oh, it's almost long enough. We'll give it a few more seconds. Just so that we can know that the ads have stopped running. I think they've stopped running. Yeah, there we go. That'll do. Alright, back to this. We decided to investigate how trans people and issues were represented in the Australian press by collecting a corpus of newspaper articles. While initially we focused on the coverage by The Australian in 2019, blatant cases of biased reporting in other outlets and after the release of the guidelines led us to significantly expand our corpus, including a further 9 outlets. In addition to identifying patterns of representation of transgender people and issues, we also wanted to obtain a measure of the impact, if any, of the Press Council guidelines. We used the Factiva database to collect all articles from any section published in the 10 most widely read outlets containing the words trans and gender and or transgender in the period from the 1st of January 2019 to the 31st of December 2020. We compiled a total of 1,319 articles, adding up to over 1 million words in our dataset, which we called TransCorp. Figure 1 shows that more than half of all articles come from only 3 newspapers: The Australian, 333, The Herald Sun, 226, and The Daily Telegraph, 149, which are all subsidiaries of News Corp Australia. Shocking, who'da thunk it? In our initial sample of 53 articles from The Australian published between April and October 2019, over 90% of the articles framed transgender people and issues negatively. Oh my goodness! I'm so stunned by this revelation! Recurring themes in these pieces include poorly supported claims on the dangers of the transitioning process for children, e.g. they are castrating children, the imagined erosion of women's rights, e.g. if anyone can be female, what happens to women's rights, and the alleged attack on freedom of speech for those who hold traditional beliefs about gender and sex. For example, academic peers gag their own. These themes were also identified as highly recurring in the Herald Sun and the Daily Telegraph. We're doing a science right now, look at this. Here we go. Figure 1, percentage of articles published by each newspaper in the period of 2019 to 2020. Not even trying to hide it, I know. As a starting point with the whole corpus, we identified R1 collocates of trans and transgender, figures 2A and 2B. I don't know what that means. I get... Oh, here we go. So words that connect to them. Trans... you can't see these very well. Yeah, we're sciencing. What the fuck? There we go. So you can sort of see these here. We got trans and... That doesn't count. Trans character, person, people, activist status, rights, women, sportswomen, woman, athletes, community. Don't like their choice of pie chart. Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Transgender, athlete, player, activists, children, character, students, woman, medical, ideology, issues, identification. Transgender man is circled in orange for some reason. Rights, advocates, and gender diverse without a hyphen. Status, movement, lobby, community, child, people, women, athletes, person, players. So I'm guessing the closer they are to the middle circle, the more frequently they are used. I would imagine that's what that means. I might be wrong. Maybe it explains it. Anyway. Funny how it's Pride Month, but I still have no pride. Yeah, I'm not very prideful. I fucking hate Australia. Anyway. I'm not pride in my country, at the very least. Prefer trans and. Yeah, let's talk about trans and for a minute. Transand. It's where the sand is transgender. Don't go in the sand pit, it'll make you trans. This makes it clear that coverage tends to concentrate on trans women as opposed to trans men. In fact, the engram trans woman appears over 4 times as many as trans men. Concordance analysis shows a theme of concern over the participation of trans women in sports as being problematic, unsafe, and unfair, as seen in figurine 3. Let's have a look at this. Concordance lines for trans women. Let's have a look at this here. So, issues facing our truly fucked up world is that trans women are not women, twitter.com. Some calling her offense, asserting that while trans women are invariable wonderful people, they are not technically. Activists covering their faces with scarves and chant trans women are women. She just made a BBC One documentary, The Trans Athlete Dispute, where she talked to people on all sides of blah blah blah, as well as services and opportunities. Many trans women choose not to modify their male bodies with hormones or surgery. Discrimination complains if they reject trans women customers who still have penises. Veteran human rights, blah. So we're just sort of like getting through the winners get an extra hour in the trans ball pit. Then there's the ampersand. We can have pride anytime we want, exactly. Every month is trans pride. Well, every month is Pride Month. but every month is specifically Trans Pride Month. But doesn't any competitive advantage trans women enjoy get eliminated by the compulsory reduction of testosterone? By preventing trans women from competing or requiring them to take medication, excluding trans women from women's sports may conflict with laws. Effects of testosterone suppression in trans women. Hilton and Lundberg analyzed 11 scientific papers. In turn, led to some famous victories for trans women. In 2018, Rachel McKinnon, a Canadian trans woman, won a women something. It's Trans Pride Year. Let's just go. It's Pride Year. Pride Year all year. Let's go. All the queers, all the years. Let's go. Opposes any testosterone controls for trans women in female sport. Ms. Bolt says excluding trans women like this is problematic and potentially direct discrimination. It is. Governing body for the rugby union decided to bar trans women, people who are biologically male but identify as women. Jeez, like that writing there, hey. Resented research, that might be represented research, showing that the male bodies of trans women posed a higher injury risk and lost little of their physique, blah. So what happened when she dared to question trans women should compete at an elite level? I want to bring this up really quickly. I want to bring up, because we love Jordan, I'm going to bring up Jordan Raskopoulos for a minute. Who you should all be following if you're not already following Jordan Raskopoulos. What the fuck are you doing, you losers? Jordan did a post. She did a post. We're going to bring this up right now because it is relevant. I have played team sports most of my life, and the most significant period of performance disparity I have observed was not playing as a trans woman in women's roller derby. It was playing rugby as a 13 and 14-year-old when some kids had begun puberty and others had not. It was a disparity that was glaringly obvious. Half the kids were prepubescent and the others were tall and enormous and had the beginnings of beards. It was often commented on by coaches and parents, but it was not something that was policed. It is wild that there is so much effort to disqualify transgender women for participating in sport with cis women when there is no actual evidence that any one trans woman without testosterone in her body is going to be stronger, faster, or more competent than her teammates. Sure, one could argue that, on average, trans women may be taller or stronger than cis women. However, very tall or strong cis women exist, and not every trans woman is tall or strong. On the derby track, I was often... Derby? Yeah, it's derby. I was often one of the strongest, but I was not always the strongest. Also, I've heard that strength doesn't really necessarily factor into roller derby in a big way. And similar... I'm only hearing this from people who do roller derby. Similar arguments about average strength, size, or other forms of genetic advantage could be made in support of racial segregation in sport, which would be racist. Like the other argument is transphobic. There is more variety among the sexes than there is between the sexes. And these arguments against trans women in sport are an absolute insult to all of the cis women who have taken to the track with me, kicked my ass, or put me on the floor. The fact is, society wants to perpetuate a myth that women are fundamentally weaker than men, and a lot of men cling to the idea that they, or any man, could beat any woman in a contest of athleticism or strength. There are toxic men out there who see women competing, and there is a part of their ego that is thinking, yeah, she's good for a girl, but I could beat her if I wanted to. Do you folks remember the James Lindsay thing about Elliot Page? Patriarchy fools men into thinking they are stronger than they actually are, and fools women into thinking they are weaker. And the fact that trans women can and do compete with cis women on equal footing is a challenge to that toxic paradigm. There we go. That's worth bringing up, I thought. They should probably make school rugby by weight class so people don't have to get fucked by 100 kilo 14. Yeah, exactly. They should. But the problem is that they're more than likely not going to do that because it would require a ton of effort and weight classing and all that's going to just be, far more than they're willing to put into their sports programs. Anyways, where were we? Concordance lines for trans women. The keyword analysis revealed that, in fact, women is unusually frequent in this corpus, ranking 8th in keenness, although even though the selection criterion for the corpus is the presence of forms of the word transgender, over 2,000 of the 2,370 instances of women refer not to trans women, but to cis women, who are typically portrayed as the victims of trans activism. You're welcome. An example is the 39 instances of the cluster against women used to highlight the alleged sporting advantage of trans women, criticism of anti-trans feminists, and the hypothetical prospects of male violence in gender-neutral toilets. 7 out of 10, I could do better than that. Given this predominantly negative portrayal of trans people, the question is whether the release of the Press Council Advisory Guidelines had any impact on this style of reporting. The answer is, not really. The number of articles did decrease by 37% in 2020. Oh my goodness. Fubs.
Abigaili 3.
Abigaili 3, yes. Thank you, Fubs, for the 250 bits, you fucking legend, you. Thank you so kindly. That's the best I got. I really got to figure out some special effects or something. Thank you! Absolute legend. How are you doing? Though this may have been caused by a shift... The number of articles did decrease by 37% in 2020. This may have been caused by a shift in priority to the COVID-19 pandemic and related topics rather than the advisory guidelines. Only 2 newspapers, the West Australian and the Courier Mail, published a slightly higher number of articles in 2020. However, the reduction in instances of problematic and derogatory language as listed in the GLAD Media Reference Guide is only 10 percentile points below from the previous year. This includes over 300 instances of dead naming, referring to an individual's former name, e.g. Jane born John, using unacceptable forms of transgender, e.g. transgenderism or transgendered, and highly defamatory language which we will not reproduce, thank goodness. We are only beginning to scratch the surface of trans representation in the Australian press. Although positive stories of trans celebrities are increasingly more common, there is still an alarming amount of fear-mongering. Transgender people, particularly trans women, are amongst the most minoritized groups in our society. The media can play an active role in contributing to their empowerment or further harming them. Now, that's relating specifically to transgender commentary in the news, of course, but I was explicitly interested in legislation towards trans people. So, as of right now, the only 2 things that I've heard with regards to anti-trans legislation are the bill that Mark Latham proposed about education in schools, restricting teaching on gender fluidity and the like, and the other bill about not using gender diverse language in Parliament. I forget what the specifics of that one were, but essentially, they weren't allowed to use terms like, say, birthing people or whatever. And I think there was even something in there about using specific pronouns for someone who has transitioned. But I don't know how often that comes up in... How often would that come up in Parliament, really? Unless they were talking about legislation around trans people. So that whole thing is very confusing. Anyway, hope I'm all doing well, especially the Lady of the Night. I am a Lady of the Night, aren't I? I'm not a prostitute yet. Anyway, teen sports is not about winning, it's about helping children develop their bodies and playing in a group, so it does not matter if someone in a specific has more body mass, is higher, and so on. The problem with that is that in some places, teen sport competition is a way to get out of poverty, so it stops being about learning and becomes a capitalist status quo toxic situation. Yeah, I agree with that. It's really unfortunate, that whole situation there where, Kazbox, welcome to the Rogue Room, how you doing? It's okay, I can be a Lady of the Night if you want. But yeah, I do understand where you're coming from. The whole idea that, to elevate someone out of poverty, or to get a university, what is it called? A college, what's it called? A college scholarship. They have to be particularly good at sports, which, I mean, fair point, I suppose. That's still a way to succeed in life, is to become a professional athlete. But yeah, it's overall it's a bit weird. I don't understand sports. I got there eventually. I'll be a lady of the morning. Anywho, so yeah, that's that. But like I said before, I'm fearful that there will be legislation being put forward behind closed doors that we're not going to hear about, that they might not report on. Using pronouns extension account isn't a few days or hours old. Well, yeah, there we go. It's nice to have people who are new, who are hanging out with us, who are being kind, who are being good. Please be good. Please be good people. That would be nice. Be kind to yourselves and each other. That's what we say around here, or I say it. You don't say it. I can make you say it though. Look, if this will work. That's a chant. There we go. I can make you say it now. Is happiness just chemicals flowing through your brain or something more? It could be whatever you want it to be. Anyways. Oh, so there's that story. Oh, I'm just stretching up a little bit because I'm really worried that I'm gonna tear one of my dresses when I stretch them, because they're not really flexible materials. They're not tight or anything. Well, some of them are. There's one dress that I wouldn't stretch in. Oh, because it's just too tight. Lots of mods. Are there? There's a couple. Yeah, there's a couple of mods tonight. What do we got? We got Festa, we got Draco. Who else is a mod tonight? I can't remember. Trans Satanist. Is Lil Nas X a trans Satanist? No, Lil Nas X is a gay Satanist. Festa, there you go. 6 of us. 6 mods. There's 6 mods. Where can I check? Where do I check my moderators? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I can see them now. There you go. Perfect. Nice. Oh my fucking god, Draco!
We will not be discussing this topic.
What's the group noun for mods? Good idea. A congress of mods. Holy shit. That's a, oh my god. You're allowed to say that. You're allowed to say that. We're not a thin blue line stream, unlike somebody else I stumbled across earlier in one of the Facebook groups. Somebody responded to a thread that I was looking at, and they had some weird takes. So I looked at their profile and it was like they've got a thin blue line flag as their profile picture, and their stream titles typically had the phrase #DoItForDonnie in the title, and I'm like, do what? Play Warzone really mediocrely for Donnie Trump? That's what you're going for? Okay. Alright, whatever. Yeah, Donald Trump. Do it for Donald. It said do it for Donnie, yeah. But you can tell what they meant. Anywho. I like having mods in, well, I mean, it wouldn't shock me that they're calling him Donnie, honestly. It's not news. The reason I have lots of mods, a manger of mods, that's a good one. The reason I have lots of mods, you might guess. It's so that everybody, so that all of my mods can cotton on to when they see someone misgendering me, and we could issue man ban. Hopefully, you know, if we see another one in chat. We haven't seen one tonight. We've been good. We haven't been getting many misgenderings, I don't think. We only got that person earlier who was like, if men and women are equal, why are men and women not equal? Ha! Get owned, libs! Or whatever. I don't know what they were saying. Anyway, whole man disposal services. It's a weird moment to come in, Abby going, do it for Donnie. I'm hoping we don't need to use man ban. But it's there in case we need it. It's there in case we need it. And I'm just going to bring this one up. If you do find yourself having the need to come in here and harass the gays, we've also got this one.
Leave the gays alone.
Thank you, Natalie. Sudden swerve of politics. Yeah, a sudden swerve towards buying this shirt that I would like to buy. That, here we go. Let me just bring this up here really quickly. So, it would be great if I, had planned this bit, but I didn't. My politics are this. These are my politics. All cats are beautiful, including this one, who has decided to take a nap on my lap. Hello, say hello to Smudge, everybody. Say hello to Smudge, the cat of the stream. Thank you kindly for your round of applause. There he is.
Wow.
What an incredible cat. Can we get a round of, can we get some cats in chat? Do you have a cat emoji? Do you have a cat emote? Because if you subscribe at tier 1 here on Twitch and you get that nice little lipstick pixelated cross next to your name, I might need to update that badge actually. You get access to some lovely pussy emotes of this particular pussy. This pussy, my pussy. This pussy right here.
Oh, majestic!
Yes, he is. Look at that. There's some pussies. I love it when you all shove your pussy in my chat. Closed captions are down. Oh, shit. I don't know how to fix them. Sorry, I don't know how to fix closed captions. I've never really fiddled with it. But anyway, when I can find the time, I'm gonna buy that shirt. It's $40 fucking, mate. Be kind to yourselves and each other. Yes, absolutely. Do that in extensions in Stream Manager. Okay, let's have a look. There we go. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can fix it. I had a problem with sound alerts a while back. And it, closed captions for stream. Configure this extension. I'm not sure why it would be down, but it seems like it's on. It's activated. So, I don't know. I could deactivate it and reactivate it. Hang on, let's do that. It's now active. See if that works. If that doesn't work, I'm not sure what you could do. So, suppressing freedom of speech. You're such a boring troll. You're such, like, are you really that? You're probably gone by now. Are you even still in chat? Can't even tell if you're still here, you lousy fuck. Imagine being that boring. Oh, you're suppressing my freedom of speech. Go away. You absolute no one. You entire no one. Really? That's what you think? You think somebody protecting her community from harassment and abuse is fascism? God, you are just awful. I agree. Australia sucks. Welcome to the road group. No, they're boring. I mean, they're funny to laugh at. Not funny to laugh with. Because they're just not interesting. Oh, thank you, Draco. And I mean, oops, did you finger slip? My freedom. You know what? I'm going to give this one an honorary man ban. Because I know where you were going with that, you fuckwit. Get out of my chat. Lousy. Lazy. We're not laughing at you, we're laughing near you. We're laughing adjacent to you. You're over there. You're over there, okay? You're making your silly little comments. You're screeching into the courtyard at the high school, alright? And we're over here in little pocket cliques. And we see you screaming at the top of your lungs your viewpoints about the queers. And we're all just over here looking at you and awkwardly going... Do we say anything? Like, look at this fucking loser. Look at... Like, nobody's listening to you. Nobody cares what you have to say. Because nothing you have to say is original or innovative or new. We've heard it. You know? And it's not clever. You're not clever at all. You don't think you are. Because you're not. You gotta go, Ferbs. Thank you so kindly for the 250 bits. Again, you legend. I'm giving you the finger, Festa, for giving a heck. Deal with it. Samu Snooney, welcome to the Rogue Room. That be the light emote. What is that? Where's that from? Anxiety. Oh my goodness. That's awesome. That's an awesome emote. Oh my god, her emotes are gorgeous. I might have to sub to Anxiety. Here we go. I went to type bad bunny. That's not right. There you go. Have a 60-second timeout. Enjoy. Shame them more, mommy uwu. Well, it's fucking hilarious that these trolls, and I doubt they're here anymore. They might not be here anymore. I don't think my viewer list is updated. Careful giving the finger IRL. You're liable to nibble it. You can feel free. It's just so weird. You can redeem the timeout reward to get 60 seconds in the naughty corner if you want. Oh, it's so funny when the trolls think we're being... And I know they probably think they're clever. And they probably think, oh yeah, I got them. They're responding to me. But it's like, just... We're responding to you because it's content for me. I get to make content out of you. So thank you for being a fucking loser. I went to type thanks. Someone else can do the timeouts if you want. It's 60. Yeah, 60. It's got to be / timeout like this. Exclamation mark is for chatbot commands. / is for Twitch commands. Thank you for being a fuckwit. Yes. We do appreciate our fuckwits. A little bit. Just a little bit. Because they provide entertainment. But I do wonder if these people genuinely believe the shit they say. Oh, so it's fascism, is it? I know about fascism. You don't know about fascism. God, they're ridiculous. Their entertainment is limited, though. Yeah, you can only look at oh my god. You can only do this bit for a little while. Eventually, it's like, I'm done with this. Let's move on to a new story. Although, the reason I'm dragging this out is because we're going to take a brief sabbatical in about 5. Well, no, in about 1. In about 1 minute, I'm going to take a break. You won't be saying that when Islam comes, Allahu Akbar. What are you, like 12? Are you 12? You just found out about edgy things to say on the internet? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be a dickhead. You know what? I'll leave it for now. We'll come back and I'll deal with this. Okay? I'm gonna just pause this for a second. Can I go back to my stream manager here? We'll come back to the mod view in just a moment. My cat is sitting on my fucking lap. Yeah, 2002 called. They want their trolls back. Cat, I need to piss like now in the female toilet that I've got in my house. It's got a female sign on it. I might actually see if there's a place that sells female signs like Officeworks. I'll get one and stick it on my toilet door. Anyway, we'll be back in just a moment, folks. I'm going to run another ad break really quickly. If you would like to support the stream, if you like what I do, please consider subscribing or cheering some bits or what have you. You'll get to skip ads, you'll get some fun emotes. But if you don't have like the $5 to $10 it costs to subscribe, consider heading over to my Patreon and chucking me a literal $1. I have an option on my Patreon for $1 if you want to support this lovely content. Toilets have genders too now. Yes, they do. BRB, folks. Don't go away. Default fucking character. I need to find... Hello, sorry, I didn't unmute my mic before I said hello. I'm back. How's it going? 5 a.m. That is a good time for bed. That is a good time for bed. Anyway, I need to find that clip for that particular sound effect there. Default fucking character. It's probably in one of my VODs somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it'd be. But that cuts off. The sound effect cuts off. So you know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to do it right now. Default fucking character. I'm going to clip that, and then we're going to replace the soundbite. Anyway, just randomly shouted that at someone in chat. No, but... And I don't know if this person is still sticking around. Are you still here? You still here? Are they still here in chat? I think they might have left. Ah, well, I was going to have some fun with them if they were still here, but if they're going to fuck off like an absolute loser, like like a dog with their tail between their legs, I'm not going to unban them. I was going to unban our troll and have some fun with them, but nah, we won't do that. Alright. We're back. I have hot chocky. I'm going to say that right now. I am very fortunate, very privileged. It is my white privilege that affords me the opportunity to have this hot chocky. So we're aware, I am a very privileged individual. I have access to hot chocky. Deny the request, yeah, fuck them off. If you... Oh my god, I'm freezing. Tell you what I don't have privilege of right now is warmth, and the heater is fucking on. Don't know why I'm talking about privilege. Also, my hand is not too bad at the moment because I've been moisturizing. I've been staying on top of my moisturization, but I've got a few little nicks and scratches here and there where my finger, like the cold has been biting so badly at my hands that I get really bad like dermatitis, essentially during winter. Well, yeah, like my knuckles especially, and in between my fingers, cracks and bleeds. So I've been trying to stay on top of that, using a dry hand soap, using moisturizer. Still getting them, though. I'm still getting little cracks in my hands. I'm just like, dude, it doesn't end. Anyway, at some point I'd like to not have to deal with this shit, but... Anyway. Hello, Commie. How are you going? How's it been? How have you been? We're still, like, I've still got so much trans stuff to get through. Should we keep with I've got another trans story. I thought we were done. We have so many trans stories tonight. I am a transgender streamer, so I suppose it fits. There's another little bit of the science here. I think this is largely relating to the UK. Yeah, perhaps we aren't marooned on Turf Island after all. This was published yesterday. Do we want to do another trans story, or do we want to move on to some politics? I've got some political stuff. Trans and genders is a hard crime to do. You know, I know I'm illegal in 71 countries. There needs to be more trans streamers. Well, I'll tell you as what. We'll raid someone in the trans tag tonight. Yes, I just clipped that. I'm going to turn the I'm illegal in 71 countries into a soundbite. We're going to use it. Anyways. Big W. Actually, you know what? Big W. Just without context. I'm just going to say Big W. Big W. But you know what that reminds me of? I use this as a react image all the time on Twitter. But you know what I want to do now? W is huge. Reverse.
Oh, look at her.
It's a big guy.
I want to...
Imagine me and you think about...
Come on. No, okay. I'm going to get DMCA'd for that one. I wanted to hear the ad man say Big W. Because I want to use that as a soundbite. There has to be a soundbite in one of the Big W ads where they say Big W. Big Woolworths. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like. That's what it means. Sorry, for anyone who doesn't know what... so Big W is a department store, I guess vaguely like Walmart in the United States or whatever, is a good comparison to make. Big W Yeah, they sell homewares and clothes and entertainment, makeup, lollies, whatever. And being that their name is Big W, that's just a perfect React image when something is a big W. Yas, transgender pride. Yes, indeed. Whole network of us transing up Twitch. Yes, let's trans Twitch. Gundam7777, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? Let's all trans Twitch together. That should be our goal this Pride Month of transing the platform. Can you imagine? It's not going to happen. But can you imagine if someone from Twitch approached me and said, hey, you're one of them transers. How's about we put you on the front page to about 8,000 viewers for an afternoon? And I'd say, yes, give me that potential sub money. Give me that financial security of having a big stream. That's what yeah. Just Tran TV. Hello. Hello. Just Tran. Anyway, theoretically doing my part. Cat is cat. Anyone else a big fan of trans rights? Yes, we are. Can we get some trans rights in chat? Have to make some food. Rice and homemade chicken pate. That sounds good. For fuck's sake, this meme. I hate you, Draco, for the record. Big fan here. Like industrial? Like an industrial fan? Like the ones in the hangar in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2? Cat is the cat. Oh my god. Everyone shush. No, he stopped. Do it again. Do it again. He's making biscuits. He stopped. He stopped. He's comfy now. Whatever. He was kneading. Oh, he's so cute. You were pissed the first time you saw that meme and now share the pain. Just transing. New category idea on Twitch. Oh, hey, this is still up. I forgot. For anyone else who missed this, here is my cat sunbaking. Bring that back up for a minute. Yeah, let's talk about this really quickly, and then there is an article that I want to do some wholesome stuff. This is kind of wholesome though, in its own way. We're doing some more science, some more trans science news. TERFs don't speak for women, but don't take it from me. Look at the polls by Elle Follen. Excuse me. Oh, that hot chocolate is fucking god tier. 11 years ago in October, the Equality Act 2010 became law. Intended to update old equalities legislation, the act also included a new provision. It made it illegal to discriminate against somebody on the basis that they are transgender. I didn't realize transgender was even a word back in 2010. I feel like it's become mostly a recent thing. There's been different words for being trans over the years, including stuff like transsexual. At the time, the law was criticized as insufficient, but over a decade later, it remains a vital protection in a society that still discriminates against trans and non-binary people. One 2020 survey found that 4 in 5 trans and non-binary people had experienced a transphobic hate crime in the past 12 months, and it's getting worse. In 2018 to 2019, hate crime against trans and non-binary people rose by 81%. No doubt encouraged by the current wave of mainstream transphobic rhetoric in the media, of course. Anyway, TERFs don't speak for women, but they scream the loudest, indeed. From Gogglebox to Sainsbury's, it's clear that the people who have issue with BLM or with trans people aren't some silent majority, but a minority of extremists at home with no purpose who are only affirmed by a minority of extremists sitting in government and the British press. Trans exclusionary radical feminists, or TERFs, often justify their opposition to trans rights by claiming to speak on behalf of a silent majority, particularly a silent majority of women. Meanwhile, Labour MPs argue that politicians who focus on trans issues are out of touch. Polls suggest the opposite. Whilst a stubborn minority of transphobes continue to fuel rising discrimination against trans and NB people, they are just that, a minority. I can't read. A minority. When you look at the data, what you find is that trans rights, from basic sympathy for trans people to support for self-identification and toilet access, have clear support across society, especially amongst women and young people. Perhaps we aren't marooned on TERF Island after all. Radio Draco sounds good. Excuse me. We can watch this video, Ash Sakar on the TERF Rebirth. Before delving into questions of policy, let's look at the basics. Are voters familiar with trans people? Do they think gender is determined by anatomy? Do they think that discrimination against trans people exists? Firstly, despite trans people making up just 1% of the population, 33% of Britons surveyed by YouGov in 2015 had met someone trans. That familiarity may well have contributed to Britain's comparatively progressive attitudes towards gender. Catherine Bromwich says, on the other hand, there are plenty of cis women who are fully aware of the threats women face from predatory men, sometimes following first-hand experience, and still 100% support trans rights. There we go. Some statistics. We're going to do a statistic now. Over 40% of Britons see gender as a social construct based on sexist stereotypes. Nor is this belief purely theoretical. Polling this February showed that 45% of British adults and 52% of women think that the most legitimate way to define a person's gender is the gender they identify as now. Just 17% think it should be defined by your anatomy at birth. The public also believes that trans women are women. 51% agree, with a third and significantly more men than women disagreeing. Which is interesting to note. 51% agree, with a third and significantly more men than women disagreeing. Yeah, think about that for a minute. Graham Linehan, people like Graham Linehan. What does that say to you when you see those statistics where it's significantly more men than women disagreeing? What does that say to you? What are you hearing there? What am I hearing there? MRAs, perhaps? Oops, sorry. Red pills? Incels? Trying to control what's a real woman and what's not? Definitely sounds like some toxic masculinity shit. The men are obviously smarter. Not only is the British public supportive of trans people, they are also aware of the struggles trans people face. The most recent polling by Savanta Comres shows that by a 16-point margin, the public, including 50% of women, believes that transphobia is a problem in the UK. All voters yes, no, 50% women, 41% men. Perhaps because of this, Britons actively want politicians to help trans people. A 2017 YouGov poll found that British people overwhelmingly support strengthening equalities legislation to ban discrimination against them, transitioning to become smarter. And trans men are men. Yes, they are. We stan our trans men friends. I've noticed a lot of the trans men that I've engaged with, interacted with online, exemplars of positive masculinity, for the record. I'm just going to put that out there. And I haven't interacted with that many, but all the trans men I've interacted with have been stellar examples of men. Just really good men. It's easy to find polls where people express sympathetic sentiments when asked about trans people in general terms, but what does the public think about specific policies that benefit trans and NB people? One of the biggest complaints raised by transphobes relates to toilet access. When arguing for the exclusion of trans women from women's toilets, TERFs often argue that they're defending the majority of women. But while they kick up a stink, because it's toilets, get it, the rest of us are quite relaxed about the issue. A June 2020 YouGov survey found that by a margin of 16 points, Britons believe trans women should be able to use women's toilets. Should trans women be able to use women's toilets? All voters, 46% yes, 30% no, 54% of women said yes, 24% of men said no, 38%, 24% of women said no, 38% of men said yes, 37% of men said no. Jesus. It's all men! These attitudes are pushed by men. There are undoubtedly women who are transphobes, but it seems like, based on these analytics, based on these stats, and I've seen other stuff that suggests the same, there's a significant portion of the TERF community that are men. Specifically. And again, I'm just pointing out hypocrisy, I guess. Yeah, why are men saying that women can't use women's toilets? It literally doesn't change anything. You know why? Patriarchal control. They want to control women's bodies, whether they are trans or cis. Don't get why they have so much of a problem with the toilets. You've been to plenty of gender-neutral toilets and they're fine. Yeah, I went to an event recently in the city at a certain venue, and there were men and women going into the men's and women's toilets as they pleased. They didn't care about the gender signage. It didn't matter at all, because it was more of like an open, free-thinking kind of a venue. They just had gender toilets for the sake of it, and everyone was like, well, I need to pee, I'm just going to go in that one. Doesn't fucking matter, it's a toilet. Use it. Yeah, why are toilets gendered? It's stupid. They give you reasons. They give you asinine reasons for it, such as, you know, the main reason here with regards to the gender toilets things, they're trying to protect women from potential harassers, from potential violent assailants. But the reality of the situation is, if there is a man who is looking to harass and violently assault a woman, presenting as a woman isn't going to, if he does or doesn't, is not going to stop him from doing that. If there is a man who for some reason wants to harass a woman, he's just gonna go in the, like, if he wants to do that in the women's toilets, that he's just gonna do it anyway. You know, people aren't transitioning their gender to violently assault people in toilets. That's just not what's happening. Welcome back, Draco. How you doing? Keep building gender toilets, just remove the signage. Yeah, how are bathrooms more dangerous than just any room with men in it? Exactly. Toilets are NB pans. Disabled toilets are a godsend, not only for the hand railing that I damn well need. After leg day, I definitely need the fucking hand railing. Good lord. You have a higher chance of being sexually assaulted in a bathroom by a Catholic priest, a US congressman, or a Boy Scout troop leader than a trans woman. Bingo. It's a moral panic bit of nonsense. That's what it is. Amongst women, support is even higher. 54% support trans women's rights to use the toilets that match their gender, with just 24% opposed. In other words, the bulk of opposition to the idea comes mostly from people who don't use women's toilets anyway. Right? You made a milkshake. Ooh, very nice. Who's the ask where these stats are coming from? Who is being sampled in the polls is my question. Does it mention it earlier? Just surveys. YouGov surveys is what tends to be the source of these polling in February. Yeah, yougov.co.uk is doing the polling. Whatever, go away. Different ways Brits define gender for someone who says they are transgender. The gender they identify as now. There's the statistics there. So it's YouGov that's doing these polls. That's what this article is based on. Anyway, where were we? Women will never be free until... Oh, I can't read that. If you don't agree, you are anti-woo man. This pattern extends to another frequent source of tension in discussions of trans rights, women's refuges. The public as a whole, 47%, and women in particular, back trans women's access to them. Despite arguments marshalled by transphobes that allowing trans women to use women's spaces would threaten women, women disagree. By an 18-point margin, women think allowing trans women to use women's spaces doesn't seriously threaten women. Does allowing trans women to use women's spaces present any genuine risk of harm to women? All voters, 39% said no, 46% of women said no, 31% of men said no. And again, the men saying it does present a genuine risk. Why is it always the men? There might be different poll options other than yes or no. There might be like an undetermined or something like that, undecided. However, the issue of self-ID, whether trans people should be able to change their legal gender without bureaucratic obstacles, remains contentious. The polling is mixed. Excuse me. In general, the public, and women in particular, support the principle that a person should be able to self-identify as a gender different to the one they were assigned at birth. However, when the current process of changing legal gender is outlined to them, British people tend to think trans people should have to present evidence to a panel and seek a doctor's approval, as they do currently, in order to legally change their gender. I didn't have to do that. Haha. No, I shouldn't mock. But I legitimately didn't have to go through much of a process at all. In my view, this is because most people lack personal experience of this process, which on paper sounds simple, but in practice is time-consuming and complex. That said, it is still disappointing to see, and I hope voters can be convinced to support a change to the process. Tell me the Labour Party doesn't care about trans rights without telling me the Labour Party doors by care about... Doesn't care. Doors by care about trans... or it's people not filling out the question. That could be it, yeah. Like, they could have the whole survey that asks all the questions, but they might not address certain questions. So the statistics can be a bit skewed in that regard. Trans rights, but we also get trans rights. Hello, Cass. How you doing? Not gonna lie, the refuge situation is really bad for male victims. When I was still dude ID'd, I needed one and was denied. There aren't that many that allow for masked people. That is a problem too, yes. That is a very serious problem. Okay. What does this say? So, Labour Party doesn't care about trans rights. Really thrilled to have been re-elected by my colleagues to serve them for another term as chair of the Women's Parliamentary Labour Party, or the PLP. Really looking forward to working with this fantastic group of women MPs again. Okay. Maybe she's a bit GC. Can you ask philosophy here? You can. When the government scrapped plans to allow self-ID for trans people last year, the Labour Party remained largely silent. The party has sought to avoid being dragged into the debate over trans rights. For fuck's sake, dude. Reported the Times. This would imply that trans issues are somehow divisive, but in fact they are anything but. In the 2017 YouGov poll, 61% of people, including 67% of women, said they would be proud to vote for a party on the basis that the party backed a ban on anti-trans discrimination. As we have seen, Britons are broadly supportive of trans rights. They think trans women are women, that trans people should be able to use toilets that match their gender, and that transphobia is a real problem in our country. This holds true of the Red Wall, despite its routinely being painted as a reactionary backwater. Transphobia is real and on the rise in the UK, but when transphobes claim to speak on behalf of a silent majority, we must be forthright in pointing out that they do not, and that when politicians neglect trans issues, they're not executing the will of the people, but defying it. And if I'm not mistaken, it may have been Vorsh or someone else that tweeted some stats about American opinions on trans rights and things of that nature, and it was the same kind of situation, like the broad... Oh, no, hang on. He posted a thing about progressive legislation, sorry. Not specifically trans rights, but that generally includes trans legislation as well, if we're talking progressive stuff. Like, the broad majority of people in the United States do support progressive legislation. It's just the people who are in power in conservative government, generally speaking, are doing everything in their power to prevent people who want progressive policy from being able to vote. So they're controlling the way that the votes are being distributed. They're controlling the way people are able to vote in the first place, which makes it very difficult to get that radical change that is needed to get that progressive train really going. Yeah, gerrymandering is insane. Should we watch a video about gerrymandering? Let's do that. Not last week, tonight. Because, like, I know what it is, roughly. Gerrymandering is nuts. Almost like there's a system in place to benefit conservatives. You don't say! Let me just go to YouTube. Let me just see if it's on YouTube. CGP Grey, hang on. Let's see if we can find it. Gerrymandering. There we go. That might be it. Oh, this is the video that I was literally looking at a thumbnail of. Okay, let's do this one. It's just over 5 minutes long. Alright, let's turn the volume up just a tad and we'll watch this. What was that I just clicked on? Oh, okay, never mind. Alright, let's watch this one.
Queen Lion of the Animal Kingdom is giving more democracy to her citizens by adding a legislative branch to the government. The citizens each get one vote and are divided into ranges. Each range will elect one representative to send to the newly created Jungle Council. To best understand how the system works, let's take a look at a small colony where there are just two political parties, the Buffalo and Jackalope. This colony is divided into four
Vote Jackalope.
ranges. In the first election, Jackalope candidates win 2 of them, and Buffalo candidates win the rest. All is well for several election cycles until the Animal Kingdom census taker comes around and shows that the population has both moved and grown. To better represent the larger population, a new seat is added to the Jungle Council, so the range's boundaries must be redrawn. This is where the trouble begins. Redrawing electoral boundaries is a huge political problem. To help them, the representatives of the Jungle Council hire a Weasley consultant to figure out where the new boundaries should go. If Weasel...
Bitcoin. Sorry, I'll stop interrupting. Or just Bitcoin. Lol. Which has just become a legal tender in... can someone remember which country it is? Some country has just announced Bitcoin is now a legal tender in wherever it is. I am the hottest babe on Twitch. Thank you so kindly.
If Weasel draws rectangular boundaries, everything will be okay, because the Jungle Council will, as close as possible, reflect how the citizens vote. However, Weasel doesn't do this. Instead, he tells the Buffalo Party that, for a price, he can turn their slim majority into a landslide victory in the election. With a supermajority on the Jungle Council, the Buffalo wouldn't have to listen to those pesky jackalope filibusters anymore, so the Buffalo gladly pay.
What does it say? We can't bust heads like we used to, but we have our ways, our tricks to tell them stories. Oh, it's the fucking... It's the, what's it called? I forget. We're gonna get ads in the middle of this video, by the way. I will run an ad break after we're done watching the video.
Up. How can Weasel deliver on his promise? It's depressingly simple. By packing together as many Jackalope voters into one range as possible and spreading the rest of them out, the Buffalo Party can win an additional seat without any voters switching allegiance. What Weasel and the Buffalo have done is called gerrymandering, the intentional changing of electoral boundaries for their benefit. Several election cycles later, the underrepresented and disgruntled Jackalope Party approaches Weasel and asks if he can manipulate the ranges to be in their favor instead of in the Buffalo's. Why, indeed he can. Using the same trick, Weasel packs Buffalo voters into a few ranges and spreads the rest among the Jackalope supporters. After the election, the Jackalopes, who represent a minority of voters, are now, nonetheless, the majority party on the Jungle Council. This is the terrible power of gerrymandering. Weasel can take the exact same voters and get either party to win the election. Unsurprisingly, Weasel's business grows, and eventually every colony in the animal kingdom pays him to gerrymander their ranges. With so many clients, Weasel now uses his computer to test hundreds of thousands of range combinations with elaborate statistical models of voter behavior to get the results he needs. Queen Lion has seen what Weasel is up to and banishes him from her kingdom. But the census taker reminds her that ranges still need to be redrawn as the population changes, so how is it going to be decided? Queen Lion suggests the obvious solution: a bipartisan committee must agree on all new range boundaries. This seems like a good idea. After all, if both parties have to agree on the ranges, then they must end up being fair to everyone.
By the way, I meant like my ads might... Like, what I meant is that my ads might come up in the middle of the video, because that was just my timer for our... You didn't hear it because it was on while the mic was muted. That was my timer for running an ad break. So after we're finished watching this video in a couple of minutes, I will run the ad break after that. But yeah, that's what I meant. I didn't mean his ads. Anyway, continuing on.
Everyone. But after a few election cycles using this solution, Queen Lion notices that she always sees the same faces on the Jungle Council. Representatives almost never get defeated in their elections. It turns out that the interests of the representatives and the interests of the citizens are not the same. Citizens want elections where the candidates have to earn their vote. These are close elections where either candidate has a chance of winning. But representatives don't want close elections, they want safe elections. Elections where they run in a range that is filled with supporters. Because the representatives are in charge of the boundaries, they make the safest ranges possible. So, bipartisan committees are not enough. To truly fix gerrymandering, there are three options. The first is to set up a politically independent commission of appointed experts or judges to draw the boundaries. Independent commissions are much better than
Forgive me for interjecting, but it's really inconvenient that my nipples are itchy right now. I'm just saying.
Partisan committees, but still not ideal because they usually group similar areas together, so the elections are uncompetitive. And there's always the possibility that the independent commission is not as independent as it appears. The second option is to let math decide the boundaries. There are a number of ways to mathematically divide an area into equally populous ranges. The simplest example of this is called the shortest split line method. Find the shortest line that splits the voters in twain and repeat as necessary until all the ranges are made. This is much better than an independent commission, but it does have the problem of occasionally producing skewed election results just through the pure bad luck of where the boundaries are drawn. But by publishing the algorithm used, all citizens can check the results and be confident that there is no intentional bias in the system. The last solution is an unexpected one. Hire back the Weasel and embrace gerrymandering. But this time, pay him to make the winners most closely match the voters as a whole. While it seems unsavory, this is actually the best way to avoid disproportionate representation, which is, by far, the worst problem of gerrymandering. But considering these three solutions leaves Queen Lion grumpy. The first two are improvements, but still may result in uncompetitive elections or disproportionate results, while the third just feels wrong. Gerrymandering to avoid the problems of gerrymandering is odd. Remembering what she learned about voting before, she realizes that all this gerrymandering is really just a symptom of a more fundamental problem, the method by which each citizen gets only one vote and elects only one representative. There are ways to eliminate gerrymandering and restore competitive elections to make her citizens happy, but to do that, Queen Lion is going to have to make some big, fundamental changes to her democracy.
Did we all understand that, kids? Was that good? Okay. That was good. I understood it. I mean, I already knew what gerrymandering was, but it's always good to, like, refresh your memory. Anyway, I'm gonna run an ad break, and bingo bango, there we go. We're off to a good start. Okay. We'll come back and we'll discuss that a bit more in depth in a moment if you like. Yeah, the estrogen makes your nipples itch. Either it makes your nipples itch or it makes your, what is it? Or it makes your tits sore. Sorry. I think it's the estrogen. Yeah, I think it's the estrogen. I'm pretty sure it's not the T blockers. But yeah. But I'm itchy all the time, everywhere as well. Is a thing that I have a problem with. It's not just my nips. It's everywhere. I need to see my doctor. Sorry, there's something stuck on my keyboard. And find out exactly what the hell is wrong with my body and why I'm itching literally everywhere. Legs, arms, chest. It's all over the place. But, like, the nipple itching is specific. Anyway, yeah, I've got a real itch problem. But there's nothing on my skin is the weird thing. It's like there's no rash or anything. I'm just itchy all the time. You have cis boobs, the nips get itchy around your time of the month, mostly tender though. Oh, I see. And gerrymandering and nipple itching. Agreed. 100% agreed. Very based. Toodles Festa, have a good one. Thank you so kindly for hanging out with us tonight. And Smudge. So we're aware. Oh, no. There him is. He's eating my hand. Hey. Can you stop? Excuse me, sir. You're right, you dickhead. Can you not? Eat a dick. Oh my goodness. And nipple itching by giving trans girls bigger boobs, please. Sub to my Patreon so maybe in a few years I can afford to get a boob job. Dick. Stop biting me. You're using me as a cushion right now. I could very easily turf you off. Don't be a wanker. Anyway, here's Kitty Cat. He's biting and scratching at me. How dare you? How dare you? Alright, so yeah, we did the gerrymandering thing. I don't know why we were looking up gerrymandering. What were we discussing before that came up? That, well, we were going to discuss politics in general. This one, oh, there we go. That one's working now. Smudge is the best. Use estradiol transdermal for your HRT because the oral estrogen was a major no-go due to previous blood clots. Oh, okay. Well, I hope that's going well. Okay, how about some what the fuck America news? Should we do a what the fuck America story? There's always a what the fuck America story. I was looking for homophobic or transphobic legislation. Yeah, I was talking about that before. I think we're kind of done with that topic now. Excuse me. Allow me to clear my throat. Yeah, everything in the US, pretty much. Let's continue. Excuse me. Alright, so I'll bring this in a little bit closer because I feel like it's a bit far away. Woman shot nail salon owner because she was unhappy with the cost of a mani-pedi. America shouldn't have guns. The Let's All Laugh at the Yanks segment. The owner, a 42-year-old Asian man, was airlifted to Memorial Hermann Texas Medical Center in critical but stable condition. A 21-year-old woman is accused of shooting a Texas nail salon owner because she wasn't happy with the price of her manicure-pedicure, officials said. It was a white woman, wasn't it? More than likely. Joanna Vara was arrested Thursday and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, according to Harris County Jail records. Her bond was set at $60,000 and she was due to appear in court Monday. It's unclear if Vara has a lawyer. Vara and her 20-year-old sister each got a manicure and pedicure at Katie Nails in Houston on May 29, but started arguing with the owner because they were unhappy with the price of the services, said a statement from the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Doesn't mean you shoot them, you fucking dickhead. Vara left her sister arguing in the store, but then returned, at which point the male owner tried to push her out of the store, the statement said. At that point, Vara shot the owner with a handgun, and she and her sister fled the salon. The owner, a 42-year-old Asian man, was airlifted to Memorial Hermann Texas Medical Center in critical but stable condition, according to the statement from the Harris County Sheriff's Office. Vara had left her phone in the salon when she fled, the statement said. Vara's sister was arrested for evading but not charged in connection with the nail salon shooting, according to the sheriff's office. Jail records showed Monday that she was no longer in custody. Do you see the problem, America? Do you see the issue that we have with guns? For the record, like, she left her phone because she's an idiot. You see the issue we have with guns? This is the problem, is like there's so many people who there's the gun control discussion. White people perpetuating violence on non-white people. This is no news. To be fair, Joanna Vara could be a we don't have a mugshot of her, so we can't be certain that she's white. We could reasonably assume... Oh, did it say a white woman? Did it say she was white in the article? Let me have a look. I don't think it did. We do actually... Oh, okay. There's more. There's more. Okay, okay. Hold up. Hold your horses. If you own them. Oh. They look Hispanic to me. Based on this... Yeah, it looks Hispanic. I would assume Hispanic. Based on features. Generally speaking. And the surname Vara, honestly, does strike me as a Hispanic name. And the spelling of Joanna. Regardless, just in general, Americans are not responsible with guns. And yeah, the name of the sister. Which is... The name of the sister is Quetzali, yeah. Yeah, Americans, you're not responsible with guns. I get that it's a very intense debacle, but Jesus Christ, you just get upset with the cost of getting your nails did and you go and shoot a man. That's not how this works. You're not allowed to do that. That's not okay. That's not on. Very bad. Very naughty. Go to jail. Go directly to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Now, I understand. Yeah, maybe just don't shoot people. I understand the narrative around gun control, especially in the United States, is very predicated on the fact that there are so many guns in the United States. And a lot of people have got very strong opinions around the presence of guns and around the idea of gun control because they're raised in a culture where having a gun is so normalized. And here in Australia, after Port Arthur and the government bought back all of the guns in the country, there are still guns in circulation, of course. But gun violence is nowhere near as bad in Australia as it is in the United States. Like, shootings are happening, and lethal shootings are happening several times a week in the United States. Right? Some of them, we only hear about the big ones. Okay, we only hear about the big cases that get a lot of traction. Quite frankly, I dare say there are a lot of news articles out there about, oh, this person went into this building and shot 3 people dead. There's probably a bunch of news stories like that of local publications or whatever that we don't hear about. And honestly, the only reason we ever do hear about shootings in the United States that result in fatalities is because some of them just end up going viral. Honestly, that feels like how it is. It's like there's just there's so many shootings all the time, and occasionally one goes viral. That's what it feels like to me. Because the idea of gun death in the United States is just a fact of life. They literally have training in schools to... they have... what's it called? They have active shooter drills. Active shooter drills. Swag, mate. I'm Abby. How you doing? Can you imagine your children? Can I imagine my 9-year-old having to practice knowing where to go in the case of an active shooter, knowing what to do in the case of someone's walked into the school with a machine gun and is going to mow down students and teachers? I'd want to leave the fucking country, dude. I would want to leave. I wouldn't want to live there. And again, like, so many people in the United States are just not responsible with their gun ownership. Or we wouldn't be having these situations. And the problem is, of course, that so many people want to defend the use of guns in the case of there being some kind of violent rebellion or there being some necessity to use a gun. A lot of people are pro-gun ownership on the absurd basis of, like... What's it called? The good guy with a gun scenario. Like, if there's an active shooting going on, the idea is that there's a good guy with a gun and he'll pull his gun out and he'll shoot all the shooters before they can kill anyone. Have you ever heard of that happening? Have you ever heard of that situation happening? And then we have this situation here with a, woman not happy with the price of a mani-pedi, just goes in, whips out a Glock and shoots a guy. In an instant. There was a clip that I saw recently, like a CCTV clip, and I forget exactly how many people were shot or killed in this circumstance, But a four-wheel drive pulls up, like 3 dudes get out with machine guns, pull their masks on, sorry. They run like towards where the camera is, so the camera's up here and they're running under it. They go on for 4 seconds, and as far as I recall, it was something like 30 people were hit. And they're back out, they're in the car, and they drive off. Which is very reminiscent of what happened at Port Arthur. Everything that happened at Port Arthur, every incident of someone getting shot and killed, happened in seconds. I think the biggest spate of killings at the Port Arthur massacre was a total of like 15 seconds. And 30-something people were dead. Like actually legitimately killed. The good guy with the gun scenario just doesn't happen. It simply doesn't. You can think that you're going to be the good guy with a gun, but it never happens. Only way to stop a bad guy in a pitch black room with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Imagine the maths with this. Save your dude with gun scenarios happen so rarely in the US, but they all have guns. Math seems off. Yeah, a little bit. Every mass shooting happens in a gun-free zone? Wait, really? That's not really the problem, though. It's like the whole country should be a gun-free zone. But so many people have got this absurd idea, again, like I mentioned before, the government's going to turn on the people and they need to be armed in case that happens, or they need to be armed. Like, I'm not against castle doctrine, for example. I'm not against the idea of owning a gun in your home to protect yourself and your family if someone breaks in. By all means. If someone breaks in, they forfeit their life, in my view. If you are breaking into my household to potentially harm me and my children and take my stuff, if I had a gun, I'd shoot you in the head. Dead. You know, that's how it would be, but there are two... Oh, God. Just realized my cursor is hovering. I've got another chat window over here in my dashboard, and my cursor's just hovering over chat right over where the ban button is, and Draco, your name was right there. It's like if I accidentally clicked my cursor... Anyway. Yeah, like, if that was the case, if it was just people using guns as a castle doctrine defense, fine. If it was people using guns recreationally at the range and they had to keep them at the range and they weren't allowed to take them out in public, fine. But how often, yeah, again, the situation of the good guy with a gun, the need to defend yourself in a violent situation in public never happens. A hostile aggressor is always going to have the advantage. The element of surprise, or again, all it takes is one bullet and you're dead. Or you get hit several times in the chest or arms or whatever. You'd be too shocked to react. You wouldn't be able to reach for your gun. You're not Bruce Willis in Die Hard, I guess. I don't know. I don't watch action movies. People want to be like, yeah, but people will still kill people without guns. Yeah, good luck getting a mass shooting numbers with a fucking knife, Jimbo. We give cops guns and don't see them stopping mass shootings. Exactly. If someone gets a mass shooting numbers with a knife, 100 points to them. What do I think about the people who can't call the police because they're a sex worker or a vulnerable minority who can't call the police for fear of being brutalized? In that situation, ideal scenario, yes, they would have a firearm and they would use it responsibly. But this is the world we live in, right? It's like it's never an ideal world situation. Let's all laugh at a dumb country that never learns anything. There's a school of thought that says shooting someone trying to break into your house means you value your stuff more than a human's life. I say the person breaking in values my stuff more than their own life. Yeah, exactly. Even if I mean, I do live alone 50% of the time. My kids do live here. But, you know, the thought, if I had a gun to defend my household, the thought process to me, it's not about defending my stuff, but I do like my stuff. It's more the fact that somebody would break into my house and I'm either I'm there or I would be coming home or whatever the situation is where I'm confronting an attacker. It's like, you came to me to attack and potentially harm me and my kids. Or my cat. You know, we don't want to lose this little baby, right? Can I... I can't show you. There he is. Hello. Anyway, if someone breaks into my house, then yes, their life is forfeit. You know? The void. We get the void for a minute. Because there is always, if someone breaks in, I cannot trust that they're only there to steal my TV. You know, I simply cannot trust that. I can't rely on that. But again, that's like pretty much the only case I can think of where owning a gun, and if you're defending your home with a gun, you don't need to take it with you to the nail salon. Why do you need your gun at the nail salon? What's the situation there? Install the pronouns extension to feel like a superhero. Gains the ability to see radiation or magic. All those pronoun badges have been there before, but now you can see them. And yeah, check out Shinigami Eyes as well. It tells you who's a transphobe and who's not. But yes, Hamish, you have a very good point here. Gun laws in America have a history that continues to this day of disarming the poor and minorities without touching rich white people. That is true. That's a very good point to make. Because if they were to just say outright outlaw guns, they would definitely start at the bottom. They would definitely, well, the bottom of society, as society sees it. They would definitely start with the poor, the impoverished, and minority groups who would be armed, and they would be most certainly beginning there, and, you know, the idea would be working their way up. Shinigami Eyes, not Shin Megami Eyes. That's how it's spelled. Wait, Cinnabrit, hello, how you going? She just had the gun. She didn't even go home for it. So it was in the car. It was just sitting in the car. And again, why do you need it? I have not seen a valid reason for why you need a gun when you're going out to get your nails done, when you're going out to the grocery store, going to get a coffee at Starbucks. Like, there's no reason. There's no reason to open carry either, to be showing off. Hey, look at me. I got a Glock on my dog.
I see you've brought
Travesty.
guests. Welcome, friends.
Raiders. How you going? How's it going? How's it going, friends? How was your stream? What were you getting up to tonight? I was actually vaguely considering doing a gamering tonight. You have a concealed carry permit in the USA and have had to use it, but you're anti-assault weapon and am a combat vet. So when you, that's Spotify. So when you say you're anti-assault weapon, what do you consider an assault weapon? I'm curious. Let's put on our party lights for a minute while we have a raid. Party lights. Crash auto drive. What's that one? Excuse me. So what do you consider a combat, an assault weapon? Because I'm certainly anti-assault weapon. I'm not against, again, transphobes will have their name and links in red, trans-friendly people in green. Yeah, that's how it works. Again, I'm not against, like, manual operation firearms or, like, you know, nothing that can rapidly fire a series of bullets all at once. Like, the idea is, the Second Amendment was written back when guns would fire one shot and it'd take you 10 minutes to reload, right? We're on gun control for anyone coming in with a raise. We're on the gun control discussion tonight. It was written back in a time when there weren't all of these guns that can fire like 30 rounds in a second kind of things, and are so easily reloaded and all that. No one should have automatic or semi-automatic fire unless they're military. Even then, you know, that's kind of a kind of putting more power in those who are in power sort of thing, which is very much a convoluted discussion to have. Mystery visual novel where a self-driving car kills a pedestrian. That sounds cool. That sounds awesome. Nobody should have automatic or semi. Oh, I read that bit. Yeah. That's the name of an actual app. It's an extension on Chrome and like Firefox and stuff, I think. We'll turn these lights off for a minute and we'll go back to normal. There we go. It was also written in a time when the United States had no substantial standing army, yeah. Things were different, and I think a lot of people think that... You know what it is? A lot of people treat the Second Amendment like they treat the Bible. And there's a correlation there. There's a lot of people who will look at the amendments to the Constitution as though they are sacrosanct, as though they are they're unchanging, they are set in stone, and what they say goes. But that's not how the Constitution works. These things can be changed. Legislation can be shifted over time. Things definitely weren't different in like the 1700s. What was the likelihood of getting cholera again? Anyway, Tiger, welcome to the Rogue Room, and thank you for being here. Second Amendment is completely being misinterpreted back then. You were either in the Brit Army or a town militia. Yeah, exactly. So times have drastically changed, but there are so many people who are stuck in this archaic mindset regarding those things. You can't change the First Amendment. You can't change the amendments. What do you think amendment means? It's also naive to think that Joe Schmo could fend off the largest military in the world with his measly gun stockpile in the event that he had to fend off the government. Precisely. Like, it all comes down to this somewhat conspiratorial hero complex. First of all, they think the government is going to turn fash on them, which If any government was going to turn fash, it would have been the Trump government. And if Biden gets tossed out in 2024, then it will potentially be whatever Republican government comes in. Because that attempted coup on January 6th, and we've got an article here where we can talk about that very thing, that was a practice run. You know, if they get another go at that, they'll succeed as long as Trump's not in power. I don't think he could do it. But that was an attempted coup, and if there's no legitimate punishment for everyone involved in that, they'll try it again the next time they have the opportunity. And those are the kinds of people who would turn the country fash, and thus you would have the need to have those guns and try to have that violent revolution. But again, the American military now, compared to back in the 1700s or what have you, is massively, massively, massively overpowered. No civilian has the capacity, no civilian militia consisting of every civilian in the country would have the capacity to overrun the American military if it turned into an authoritarian dictatorship. They would get absolutely slaughtered, you know, because the kind of tech that the American military has is obscene. Civilians don't have that technology. As Obama said, bitter clingers back then. I was one of them, but after the Kyle Rittenhouse incident, he turned 180. Oh yeah, so that was a formative moment. You think? I mean, same with this situation here. Although that was more of a specifically, the Kyle Rittenhouse situation was much more specifically regarding political stances, I suppose. And the army is trained. Yeah, the idea of dismantling a corrupt government was more feasible in the early days of the U.S., but now 200 years later. You're a combat tank crewman and no civilian militia has a chance to, no matter what their god says. Exactly. Legislation is contingent on money. People in power have no interest in changing laws as long as it keeps them in power and puts money in their pockets, yeah. So to a lot of people, they are convinced that having access to buy those firearms is going to in some way help them in the event of a violent revolution where they'll need those guns, but at least some portion of that gun sale, every gun that is sold, is going back to the US government in the first place. And where do you think that money's going? It's going to be going into the pockets of those who are funding for, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, preventing gun control from even happening in the first place. Those lobbyists. They probably just drop bombs on you. Yeah, they've got so much. And when I look at, again, I'm not anti-gun, I'm just anti-guns in public, generally speaking. Because if nobody was carrying guns in public, if it was illegal to carry in public, what is the likelihood of you needing to carry a gun in public? Do you know what I mean? But that's a utopian solution. Like, that's a really ideal scenario. Like, if no one can carry guns, then no potential shootings can happen, and thus there's no delusion of the good guy with the gun even needing to factor into any situation. Hello, Mezzy. How's it going? And on the subject, there would never be a violent revolution in the USA. The various groups would never actually unite. Yeah, there's that too. Let's have a glance at this on the New York Times really quickly. This is pretty long. Jesus. This is long. Do we want to read a long article about the Capitol riot on January 6th? How do you feel? Funny story, actually. Do tell. Hello, Kiwi. How you doing? Excuse me. Oh, so let's just have a quick look at this resource really quickly. Very interesting convo to stumble into. I'm glad you're loving it. Gun threats and self-defense gun use. This is the Harvard Injury Control Research Center. Guns are not used millions of times each year in self-defense. Heard our dear friend Trump, he claimed to be in office again this year. Oh, yeah. Fuck it, love a long article. Well, that'll keep us going for a bit. We use epidemiological theory to explain why the false positive problem for rare events can lead to large overestimates of the incidence of rare diseases or rare phenomena such as self-defense gun use. We then try to validate the claims of many millions of annual self-defense uses against available evidence. We find that the claim of many millions of annual self-defense gun uses by American citizens is invalid. Most purported self-defense gun uses are in escalating arguments, and both are socially undesirable and illegal. We analyzed data from two national random digit dial surveys conducted under the auspices of the Harvard Injury Control Research Center. Criminal court judges who read the self-reported accounts of the purported self-defense gun use rated a majority as being illegal, even assuming that the respondent had a permit to own and carry a gun. and that the respondent had described the event honestly from his own perspective. So that was 1, 2, 3. Okay. Firearms. 5 firearms are used far more often to intimidate than in self-defense. Using data from National Random Digit Dial Telephone Survey conducted under the direction of the Harvard Injury Control Center, we examined the extent and nature of offensive gun use. We found that firearms are used far more often to frighten and intimidate than they are used in self-defense. All reported cases of criminal gun use, as well as that many of the so-called self-defense gun uses, appear to be socially undesirable. Guns in the home are used more often to intimidate intimates. See, there's another problem, right? Are used more often to intimidate intimates. Hello, you're Australian. The discussion of gun control interests me. Well, the reason I've got such strong opinions on it is because of the Port Arthur massacre, honestly. So Trump is just milking it as he rakes in cash. Yeah, he's literally been collecting donations for some kind of imaginary campaign that he's running. We could look into that if you want. Blah, 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 blah. We investigated how and when guns are used in the home. We found that guns in the home are used more often to frighten intimates than to thwart crime. Other weapons are far more commonly used against intruders than guns. There you go. Thank you so kindly for the raid, Trav. Have a good one. Thank you so kindly for being here. And I might check that game out. That sounds kind of neat. Yeah, so guns are not even really used against intruders, sort of general basis. Adolescents are far more likely to be threatened with a gun than to use one in self-defense. Used a telephone survey from 5,800 California adolescents to age 12 to 17, which asked questions about gun threats against and self-defense gun use by these cool people. I read your comment as I was reading this. By these young people. It is a cool game. Give it a look. We found that these young people were far more likely to be threatened with a gun than to use a gun in self-defense, and most of the reported self-defense gun uses were hostile interactions between armed adolescents. Male smokers, binge drinkers, those who threatened others and whose parents were less likely to know their whereabouts, were more likely both to be threatened with a gun and to use a gun in self-defense. Criminals who are shot are typically the victims of crime. Using data from a survey of detainees in a Washington, D.C. jail, we worked with a prison physician to investigate the circumstances of gunshot wounds to these criminals. We found that one in four of these detainees... Can't read tonight. 1 in 4 of these detainees had been wounded in events that appear unrelated to their incarceration. Most were shot when they were victims of robberies, assaults, and crossfires. Virtually none report being wounded by a law-abiding citizen. 9 to 10, few criminals are shot by decent law-abiding citizens. Again, good go with a gun. Using data from surveys of detainees in 6 jails from around the nation, we worked with a prison physician to determine whether criminals seek hospital medical care when they are shot. Criminals almost always go to the hospital when they are shot. To believe fully the claims of millions of self-defense gun users each year would mean believing that decent law-abiding citizens shot hundreds of thousands of criminals. But the data from emergency departments belie this claim. Unless hundreds of thousands of wounded criminals are afraid to seek medical care, but virtually all criminals who have been shot went to the hospital and can describe in detail what happened there. Didn't Trump use most of his campaign donations on his own businesses? I think he might have, yeah. Which is embezzlement and is illegal, and he should be arrested for that. Super Talia DX, welcome to the Rogue Room. Military personnel do not care about someone's gender orientation. 1.6% of troops are combat, so the argument about uncomfortable in a foxhole is stupid. Strong case for military in Tennessee not taking kindly to the trans law there. So he's so far charged the Secret Service for $50 in rent while other presidents and family paid out of their pocket. Hey, another hydrate. I'll take that. Yeah, why not? Anyway, self-defense gun use is rare and not more effective at preventing injury than other protective actions. Victims use guns in less than 1% of contact crimes, and women never use guns to protect themselves against sexual assault in more than 300 cases. So that kind of defeats the argument of if the woman's a sex worker or what have you. It doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't sex workers who would still argue in favor of carrying guns. I dare say there's probably a few out there. Victims using a gun were no less likely to be injured after taking protective action than victims using other forms of protective action. Compared to other protective actions, the National Crime Victimization Surveys provide little evidence that self-defense gun use is uniquely beneficial in reducing the likelihood of injury or property loss. This article helps provide accurate information concerning self-defense gun use. It shows that many of the claims about the benefits of gun ownership are largely myths. There we go. So there's that from the Harvard Injury Control Research Center. Gives us a bit of insight into that whole discussion there. Why can't public restrooms be non-gender specific? I agree. I 100% agree with that. Quite frankly, the sheer existence of disabled toilets where it's a toilet, like you open the disabled toilet and it's just one toilet, one sink, mirror, it's got toilet paper, it's got a hand dryer, soap, it's got everything in one cubicle. Why can't the rest of the public restrooms be individual stalls like that, where they've got everything packed into a little box. Why does it have to be, you go into this room, here's a bunch of stalls, or if you're in the men's room, here's a urinal, which is fucking gross. Urinals are fucking gross. No. Why do they put you into those boxes? Where, and all stalls are lockable and penis havers can just go in a stall, don't need a urinal. Urinals are stupid, I hate them. Who designed those? God, it's perverse. This one of those transgender promotion streams. Yes, we promote the trans agenda here. Just have them all be neutral, yeah. Ideally. Like, I understand the potential panic around having neutral toilet rooms that are set up like current public toilets that are gender neutral. It's like, yeah, okay, maybe I get your point that men and women should be, should not be going into the same public toilet open plan room thing. However, I'm still just in favor of get rid of those open plan rooms altogether and just have individual things, individual stalls that you can go into. I don't know. What makes urinals any worse than public toilets? Urinals are just gross. I just hate them. I hate urinal troughs. They're disgusting. Oh, there's our ad break timer. Let's run another ad break. Sorry to annoy you with that. But if you're seeing an ad and you don't want to, consider subscribing to support the channel. Here at twitch.tv/AbigailBeck. We like money. Or if you feel like watching ads but still throwing money at me, you can click on my Patreon, which should be down below. You don't flush urinals. Well, you do. A lot of them do have a flushing mechanism. But that's neither here nor there, I suppose. Anyway, what did I miss? My tweet about stealing viewers worked its magic. I'm glad it did. How are you, Talia? You're going to get indoctrinated into trans ideology. Oh no, I'm going to trans you. How awful. How awful that I, a trans woman, enjoy wearing spinny dresses and makeup. Oh no. Everything's so awful now. I love myself finally. For the first time in my life, I have self-esteem. The trans ideology is so evil. Go away. You absolute no one. Guarantee you nobody cares about you. Sorry. Hate to break it to you. Here's some positive news. Here's some very positive news. Regarding the Spotify is on my phone telling me what I'm listening to. Anyway, here's some very poggers news about the Israel-Palestine conflict, or the Israeli occupation of Palestine. Bit of gamer news. Indie developers have curated a new itch bundle in aid of Palestine. Digital storefront Itch is hosting a new bundle to raise money for Palestinians in need. The Indie Bundle for Palestinian Aid has raised almost $400,000 at the time of writing and features 1,019 titles from over 700 creators, including Lila and the Shadows of War, an award-winning game about a family's attempt to survive the invasion of Gaza that was developed by Palestinian game developer Rashid Abouid. I'm not going to. I'm not going to try. It's disrespectful to even try to pronounce someone's name if you don't know how to, honestly. Before you get indoctrinated. I know, right? Back from the ad. Already said they're gross, which makes them... what makes them more gross than a regular public toilet? Oh. The idea of men standing next to each other, potentially pissing on each other's feet. Like, I feel like with regular public toilets are already bad enough. But, you can sit down to pee or whatever. It's just... The concept of the urinal just strikes me as... Yeah, they were either a big egg or they're just a stupid, dumb 13-year-old troll who thinks they're funny. The devs behind the bundle are hoping to raise at least $500,000. I think they did it. They did it. And explain that all proceeds donated go to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, which provides food assistance alongside mental and emergency health protection for those in the region. Indie games are unique in that they tell stories not seen in AAA or other games. We pour our life experiences into our games and share a piece of ourselves with the world, said bundle creator Alana Linaire, founder of Toad House Games. Palestinian game developers are no different in this respect, but have the added challenge of limited access to basic services like clean water, electricity, medical care, and food security. The bundle will be available till Friday, June 11th, and also includes hundreds of additional assets and soundtracks donated by developers. There you go, folks. If you would like to support Palestine, buy the Indie Bundle for Palestinian Aid. Hold on.
Another
need to sneeze.
round.
Ferb!
On you.
Fucking hell, Ferb. Oh yeah, thank you, Kiwi, for the link. If you would like to buy all of them for $5, there you go. $5. I might do that on Friday. Oh. Yeah, I get paid on Friday. Which, yeah, I should be. Ends in 2 days, 18 hours, 48 minutes. Okay, I got time. I'm bookmarking this one into my shopping folder. There we go. Love that I'm everywhere. I'm everywhere? Anyways, there we go. If you want to support Palestine, there you go. Oh, goodness me. Cat, what are you doing? You don't look very comfortable there. Oh, alrighty. That was a good one. That was a good little story there. So let's come back. Let's dial it back a little bit, back to the serious stuff for a second. Let me find the thing that I was looking at. Here we go. This was the next story we were gonna. Minute and Anodyne is on that list. I'll have to look at those. It's 1,019 games. Like, who's gonna get through all of those? I hate to be that person, but it's like, that's so many games. How are you gonna get through all of them? I suppose like some of them might be like an hour long or something, or they might be like little puzzle games or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, let's have a look at this one. Hello, Cosmic. How you going? Let's have a look at the New York Times Senate report details security failures in the January 6th Capitol riot. A 127-page joint report is the most comprehensive and detailed account to date on the intelligence, communications, and policing failures around the Capitol riot. Couldn't have been a coincidence, could it? Excuse me. Sorry. Washington top federal intelligence agencies failed to adequately warn law enforcement officers before the January 6th riot that pro-Trump extremists were threatening violence, including plans to storm the Capitol, infiltrate its tunnel system, and bring guns, according to a new report by 2 Senate committees that outlines large-scale failures that contributed to the deadly assault. Like we mentioned before, they failed this time, but if they try it again, they'll be much better prepared. This is a practice run. An FBI memo on January 5th warning people of traveling to Washington for war at the Capitol never made its way to top law enforcement officials. The Capitol Police failed to widely circulate information its own intelligence unit had collected as early as mid-December about the threat of violence on January 6th, including a report that said right-wing extremist groups and supporters of President Donald J. Trump had been posting online and in far-right chat groups about gathering at the Capitol armed with weapons to pressure lawmakers to overturn his election loss. And these people think that the libs are a threat to democracy. Anyway, if they don't show up, we enter the Capitol as the third third Continental Congress and certify the Trump electors, one post said. Bring guns, it's now or never, said another. The first congressional report on the Capitol riot is the most comprehensive and detailed account to date of the dozens of intelligence failures, miscommunications, and security lapses, I want to say secondary, I'm losing my ability to read, that led to what the bipartisan team of senators that assembled it concluded was an unprecedented attack on American democracy and the most significant assault on the Capitol in more than 200 years. The failure to adequately assess the threat of violence on that day contributed significantly to the breach of the Capitol, said Senator Gary Peters, Democrat of Michigan and the chairman of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. Daniel, thank you for subscribing to my YouTube channel. I still don't know what the hell is going on with Streamlabs. I shouldn't be getting those alerts. I can't turn them off. I've tried. Anyway. The attack was quite frankly planned in plain sight. A 127-page joint report, a product of more than 3 months of hearings and interviews and reviews of thousands of pages of documents, presents a damning portrait of the preparations and response at multiple levels. Law enforcement officials did not take seriously threats of violence, it found, and a dysfunctional police force at the Capitol lacked the capacity to respond effectively when those threats materialized. The failures are obvious, said Senator Amy Klobuchar, Democrat of Minnesota, and the chairwoman of the Rules and Administration Committee. To me, it was all summed up by one of the officers who was heard on the radio that day asking a tragically simple question: does anybody have a plan? Sadly, no one did. LE was fucking which one's LE? So close to succeeding too, they couldn't have gone that far without support from within. Oh yeah, definitely. In response to the report, law enforcement. Yeah. True. In response to the report, the Capitol Police said in a statement that its leaders agreed that the force needed improvement, including changing the way it collects and shares intelligence, but it insisted that law enforcement officials had no way of knowing that a pro-Trump rally would turn into a mass assault. I mean, come on now, guys. Also, there were literally pictures and videos of law enforcement officers posing with the rioters, taking selfies with them, and things like Here's your problem with his itch.io bundles. You bought the BLM bundle and can't figure out how to access them without going into the receipt email, so you never ended up playing much of it. Also doesn't really highlight any of what might be considered the especially great games in the bundle, so I felt like I was mining for diamonds. Also didn't help that a lot of the games were abandoned titles that were in uber early alpha. Oh, okay, that'll be a problem, yeah. Still, money for a good cause. Before January 6th, Capitol Police leadership knew Congress and the Capitol grounds were to be the focus of a large demonstration attracting various groups, including some encouraging violence, the statement said. But it added further, neither the USCP nor the FBI, U.S. Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, or other law enforcement partners knew thousands of rioters were planning to attack the U.S. Capitol. The known intelligence simply didn't support that conclusion. Yeah, no one did anything because no one wanted to. That and the fact that many of the insurrectionists were cops or ex-cops. Yeah, I've read many things about... I've read a number of things about this whole situation. That there were cops from out of state. There were cops interacting with the cops who were saying, "Oh, hey, I'm a cop too. Look, I got my badge." Like one of them brought their badge and showed it to the law enforcement officers at Capitol Hill. I was like, how do people not see that kind of footage? How do people not see that kind of thing and think to themselves, yes, there is an inherent destructive problem, corrupting problem within the police system in the United States of America? Yeah, we could have stopped it, but we can't be asked. Not to mention the congressmen who were literally letting them in. Yeah, exactly. There you go. You can easily access your games there. Probably would be convenient if it had a launcher, but the last thing we need is more fucking launchers. Yet the Senate investigation found that the department had ample warning weeks earlier that violent extremists, including members of Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, were planning such action and failed to share it widely or incorporate the warnings into its operational plan for January 6th. It's money for a good cause. Glad that you donated, but man, what you got disappointing. I can understand that, yeah. Hello, fellow fascists. Excuse me. Several comments promote confronting members of Congress and carrying firearms during the protest. A Capitol Police intelligence analyst wrote in a threat report on December 21, which included a map of the Capitol complex that had been posted on the pro-Trump blog TheDonald.win. Among the posts cited in the threat report, "Bring guns, it's now or never, and we can't give them a choice. Overwhelming armed numbers is our only chance." God, these people are psychotic. The Senate's investigative report is the product of a collaboration among Mr. Peters, Ms. Klobuchar, and the top Republicans on the two committees that they lead. Senator Rob Portman of Ohio on the Homeland Security Committee. I keep saying committee, and Roy Blunt of Missouri on the Rules Committee. It is limited by its bipartisan nature, given that Republicans have refused to ask questions about the riot that could turn up unflattering information about Mr. Trump or members of their party, as they try to put its political implications behind them before the 2022 midterms. Hello, Ralph. How have you been? How you going? Though the report states flatly that Mr. Trump continued to assert that the election was stolen from him and promoted the Stop the Steal gathering in Washington before the riot, it does not chart his actions or motivations, state that his election claims were false, or explore the implications of a president and elected leaders in his party stoking outrage among millions of supporters. Hello, fellow adults. I hate the gays too. The inquiry does not describe the events of January 6th as an insurrection, a term many Republicans had joined Democrats in embracing immediately after the attack. Aides involved in its drafting said they had refrained from trying to summarize or contextualize Mr. Trump's false claims just before the riot took place. They opted instead to include the full text of his speech in an appendix. Many of the findings in the report were culled from public testimony from committee hearings, though 5 people sat for detailed interviews with the committee. Christopher C. Miller, who was the acting defense secretary, Ryan D. McCarthy, the Army secretary, General James C. McConville, the Army Chief of Staff, Yogananda D. Pittman, the acting chief of the Capitol Police, and J. Brett Blanton, the architect of the Capitol. The committee staff solicited more than 50 statements from Capitol Police officers that painted a vivid portrayal of the rioters, some of whom gave Nazi salutes and hurled racist slurs at them. One officer described being crushed by the mob, another told the committee that she still suffered from chemical burns she experienced that day. About 140 law enforcement officers reported injuries from the riot. The bipartisan report also tied 7 fatalities to the assault, including 5 protesters who died and 3 police officers who died in its aftermath, 2 from suicide. Jesus Christ, dude. This is... God. Why the fuck are we letting criminals dictate the rules of the investigation into said criminals? I know. It's a bit... It needs to be an independent investigation. BLM folks were posting them, but they got washed out by a lot of the black squares. If you need to do anything, look for BLM, look for bail funds after protest. I don't know about most of the other organizations. Yeah, chemical burns. Busy as always. It's good to stay busy, isn't it? I hope you're doing well. The document lays out profound problems with the Special Capitol Police Unit that handles civil disturbances, only a fraction of which was adequately trained to respond to a riot, which was poorly equipped. On January 6th, its officers were not authorized to wear protective gear at the beginning of their shifts, or to use their most powerful non-lethal weapons, such as grenade launchers and sting ball grenades, to push back crowds because they lacked the training to do so. Tell me that wasn't intentional. Let's be honest, Capitol Police were put in an impossible situation, Mr. Portman said. Without adequate intelligence, training, and equipment, they did not have the tools to protect the Capitol. You would think they would have a lot. I mean, obviously, we're going with the narrative here that those involved in this situation were complicit in it happening, at least in some capacity, whether through ignorance or outright contribution to the situation. But yeah, like if they were not intending to defend against this insurrection, or either A, they weren't taking it seriously, or B, they wanted it to happen. And if they were taking it seriously, then yeah, they would have been heavily more equipped and well trained to deal with this kind of situation. And we're just trying to move on from this like it was just an insignificant event. We're absolutely fucked, yeah. It's scary, and there needs to be some kind of punishment for those involved in this. The committee's recommended 20 improvements like beefing up police training and equipment and forming a single intelligence bureau in the Capitol Police to better share information. Their suggestions followed those from Lieutenant General Russell L. Honore, a retired Army officer whom Speaker Nancy Pelosi of California chose to lead a House task force that recommended the hiring of more than 800 Capitol Police officers, the construction of mobile fencing around the complex, and changes to Capitol Police Board procedures to allow the agency's chief to quickly summon the National Guard in an emergency. Mr. Blunt said that he and Ms. Klobuchar would soon introduce legislation to grant the Capitol Police Chief power to unilaterally summon the National Guard in emergencies. He said they were also likely to assemble a spending bill to increase funding for the department and carry out other changes. Did they even really need more money? It's not. I mean, that's not the problem here. From what we can tell from the outside looking in, what we've deduced is money is not the issue. There was much information the panel was unable to learn. The senators secured only limited cooperation from key agencies, including the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, the Justice Department, and House Sergeant-at-Arms. The agencies failed to meet deadlines to hand over documents. The findings and their limitations are likely to fuel renewed calls for an independent commission, like the one created after September 11, 2011 terrorist attacks, populated by experts and armed with subpoena power to investigate what happened that day and why. Senate Republicans blocked the creation of such a body late last month, arguing in part that it would duplicate the work already underway by the Senate committees and prosecutors at the Justice Department. Senator Chuck Schumer, Democrat of New York and the majority leader, praised the committee's work on Tuesday, but said he reserved the right to bring up the commission for another vote in the future. Just as glaring was what the report didn't consider, indeed what it was not allowed to consider, Mr. Schumer said. The report did not investigate, report on, or hardly make any reference to the actual cause, the actual impetus for the attack on January 6th. Yet Senator Mitch McConnell, fucking toad, or turtle, whatever he is, Republican of Kentucky and the minority leader, pointed to the report as one of the many reasons I'm confident in the ability of existing investigations, to uncover all the actionable facts about the events of January 6th, and proof that no independent commission that he said could politicize the process was needed. The Senate document offers a detailed accounting of more than a dozen intelligence failures. Neither the FBI nor DHS deemed online posts calling for violence at the Capitol as credible. Dude, we're in the digital age. We need to consider these things as being credible, even if they're just posted on the internet. It faults the DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis for issuing no intelligence products specific to January 6, while it issued 15 other documents on unrelated domestic extremism without any mention of the joint session of Congress or the Capitol. The report also describes the absolutely brutal abuse of Capitol Police, which employs more than 1,800 sworn officers and whose $500 million budget exceeds that of the police forces in Detroit, Minneapolis, and St. Louis. Excuse me. At one point, I was pushed so hard and crushed in between people that I could not breathe, one officer reported. I specifically remember being sprayed with bear spray at least 6 to 8 times while tussling with riders who were trying to use the bike racks against us as weapons, another told the committee. Many questions remain unanswered, ranging from the criminal, such as who was responsible for the pipe bombs that were placed outside the headquarters of the Democratic and Republican National Committees, to the strategic, is law enforcement doing enough to combat right-wing extremism? The senators said they plan to press on with their investigation. The American people certainly do deserve to get all the facts about this attack, Mr. Peters said. There is there we have. God, that was a whole thing, wasn't it? That was intense. What are our thoughts? Do I know Robert Lewandowski? The name is familiar. Internet, isn't that for nerds and turbo geeks? Yes, it is. I'm one of those. Oh, God, I can't be bothered with another New York Times article. I'm not doing another one. There's another one here about Trump, and I'm just like, no, I'll read it on my own time. I'm not doing that. I'm taking a break from reading for a second, folks. You just entertain yourselves for a minute. What time is it? 11:26. Oh, you need that neck thing. It's a choker. I'm assuming that's what you mean. It's a choker. I want to get more. And I've got a little amethyst necklace here. Oh, goodness. Reading is banned. We're taking a moment. We're having a moment to not talk about, to not read articles. Oh, I need to start drinking more. Oh, goodness me. I tell you what, what did I do today? I did abs. Did abs. At the gym. And no, I did upper body today. I did abs yesterday. I did chest, arms, back, shoulders. But I did abs yesterday. And I went really intense on that. I went intense on deadlifts. And the day before I went intense on legs. And I am really feeling it lately. I'm pushing myself to I'm pushing myself to use more weight for as many reps as I can. Not literally as many as I can, but I'm going as heavy a weight as I can for like sets of 12, generally speaking. Whereas recently I've been incredibly lazy and I've been doing like workouts that, I can get to 12 reps easily enough. And it's fine. I could probably go another 10. That's the problem. So I decided to start working really seriously on bumping the weight up for all the exercises I'm doing. And as a result, I'm really fucking sore. I'm sore everywhere. My legs are killing me. My abs are killing me right now. My arms and back and all that are probably going to be killing me tomorrow. Because it's usually the day after. It's like delayed onset muscle soreness. DOMS. That's what they call it. But yeah, like walking around, my calves have been a nightmare. Dude, fitness is hard. Don't do it. Favorite ab workout? I don't know if I necessarily have one, honestly. Maybe bicycle crunches or planks, I guess. But planks are also pretty boring. They call you Dom Mazzetti. Oh, God. I'm so sore. Somebody help me somehow. I don't know. Do something. Make me feel comfy. I've got fresh sheets on my bed, so when I go to bed tonight, I'm gonna be comfy. Oh, fuck me, Dad. Don't actually. What do we got here? What's some good news? I don't care about Logan Paul and Floyd Mayweather. I'm sorry if you do. I'm ditching that story. Let's see. How's about do not do that? Just inhale paracetamol. I may take some.
Two-time Red medalist Adam Goodes
Hey.
has reportedly turned down an offer to be inducted.
What the fuck? Shut up, you dipshit. Okay, how about this? Let's do this. Let's do this one. Since you want to have a ramble, you fuckwit. Let's do a sports story. I don't watch sports. I don't care about sports. But Adam Goodes seems pretty goods. And we'll talk about why in this article. Been sedentary most of your adult life and have been trying to exercise more. Been trying to do more push-ups, squats, jumping jacks a few times a day. That's a good idea. It's a good idea to stay on top of your fitness, to like at least get your body moving, get your body burning some calories. If you have the capacity to do so, go for a walk. Go for like a 2K walk, 2 kilometer walk around your neighborhood. I've got a watch so I can track it. I can like literally swipe and start a walk and track how long I've been going for. It's what I tend to do. But I always advocate getting at least some exercise in on a daily basis if you can manage it. But, motivation is a big deterrent for a lot of people. Finding the motivation to exercise is hard to overcome, especially if, for example, you might work a full-time job, or you might be doing study, or you might have something else that's really taking up a lot of your time, and trying to fit fitness in there. Like for me, I'm going to full-time study next semester, supposedly. I'm not sure. I think I'm going to. But I'm going to try to find out from the uni if I'm able to defer, and I want to look at a diploma in film production, video production, or editing or script writing. I want to look at like something that can get me into the media industry right now, as opposed to continuing on my social science degree, and who knows where that's going to end up. You know, my friend has been recommending I try out these script writing courses or film production courses or things like that, because it's stuff I already like doing. I like making videos, I like writing scripts, I like doing this kind of stuff. I like recording and editing and setting up a video and all of this kind of stuff, like producing something. So if I can, I might defer my current enrollment. But I don't think I can because I've already started the course is the problem. But, you know, if I get into that, who knows? I might end up working in television. That'd be good. How many Big Macs per kilometer? Good question. I don't know. Actually, let me see what my phone says, actually. Generally speaking, okay, so if I go to my FitnessPal right now, it hasn't done the calorie adjustment for walking, but let's just say walking for 10 minutes uphill. Walking 10.5 minutes per kilometer. Pretty reasonable pace. It's pretty intense. 10.5 minutes per kilometer. I'm trying to think, is that fast? That's probably power walking. Right? That's probably power walking. 10.5 minutes per kilometer uphill. And I if I track it, I always track it as uphill because, you know, elevation and stuff. Okay, so if you did 10 minutes of that, that's 84 calories. All right. So if you did 10 minutes of pretty quickly paced walking, not necessarily power walking, but keeping a nice swift pace, you'd burn about 84 calories. A Big Mac is 550 calories. So, hang on. We're doing the math right now. 550 divided by 84 puts you at an hour and a half, roughly, if I've calculated that correctly. Want to do an hour and a half of walking? Oh, no, hang on. No. Just over an hour, sorry. Not an hour and a half, just over an hour. So an hour and like 5 minutes, if I'm reading that correctly. 15 to 20 minutes per kilometer is normal walking pace, yeah. So you'd be walking briskly. You'd be almost borderline power walking. But yeah, there's 550 calories in a Big Mac, so you'd need to get if you can keep a swift walking pace for an hour, honestly, just get an exercise bike. I do pretty intense on the bike. I go anywhere from 26 to 32 Ks an hour. On the exercise bike. I do about 20 minutes of that, and that's about 280 calories burned. So if you were to do an hour of biking at that pace, which would be hard, don't get me wrong, you'd easily burn through a Big Mac and a bit if you did the bike. Get a stationary exercise bike. You can do a couple of kilometers every morning. It's dangerous to do exercise in your electric wheelchair. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I would like an exercise bike, but I would want one of the ones that is the quality of the ones at the gym. You can get exercise bikes relatively cheap online or in certain fitness shops or whatever, but they're always a bit rickety. They don't sit still. You would need to get an exercise bike that has a really solid weighted base. That would be my ideal situation if I could have a bike at home. Anyway, should we talk about Adam Goods? Should we talk about the sporting that Adam Goods has done throughout his career? He has rejected the Australian Football Hall of Fame nomination. Kez would like this story. Kez loves a bit of the footy. AFL legend Adam Goods has declined an offer to be inducted into the Aussie Football Hall of Fame. Goods is eligible because he's been retired for 5 years and the committee unanimously nominated the champion player for induction, but he rejected the honour. The two-time Brownlow medal winner was booed out of the game in 2015 in arguably the most shameful chapter of AFL history, with the league only apologising years later. Goods was relentlessly booed in stadiums around Australia and copped persistent racial abuse for the final 18 months of his career, as footy fans took issue with the proud Indigenous man. The 41-year-old now has almost nothing to do with the game and is focused on raising his young family in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. Goods last year opened up on the toxic culture which ended his decorated 17-season career with the Sydney Swans. Excuse me, can I close this? The midfielder called out a teenage Collingwood supporter during a game in 2013 after she called Goods an ape, and footy fans crucified him for it. Disgraced Collingwood president Eddie Maguire apologised to Goods after that match, but then days later he joked on radio that Goods should be used to promote the musical King Kong. Fucking hell, dude. The AFL did not punish Maguire over the racist remark, despite widespread condemnation at the time. How the fuck? Why has he done that? Yeah, why has he done that? Why would you say that? Why'd you do that, Eddie Maguire? You massive public figure. Why would you say something of that manner? Edward Maguire? You dipshit? Yeah, felt nauseous already. I know. Hello, Emmy. How are you doing, you lovely person, you? I hope you're well. Maguire was forced to quit as the Magpies president earlier this year after an independent report found the club guilty of systemic racism. Gee, you think? The booze which Goods copped from years after the 2013 incident eventually forced him to prioritise his mental health and quit the game. Goods was named the 2014 Australian of the Year, and the following year he rejected an invitation to take part in the traditional AFL Grand Final lap of honour for retiring players amid very real fears he would be booed. Adia, welcome to the Rogue Room. The AFL took years to apologise to Goods for its failure to call out racism during what will remain a permanent black eye. Fucking hell, dude. I mean, I get what you're saying, but word choices, man. Word choices. Think in the games industry. History, sorry, not the games industry. The games history. Me choosing to walk away was me making a choice for my own mental health, Goods told the BBC last year. And I needed to get away from this toxic environment which, up until that point in time, had been a safe place for me to just try and be the incredible player that I wanted to be and learn to be the leader that I was. But here I had the choice to submit myself to this toxic environment or get away from it and really reassess my priorities. Goods has continued his activism for the Indigenous community in retirement, but online racism continues to plague the AFL. Carlton champion Eddie Betts revealed last season that he'd been subjected to racism in every year of his career. It is truly unfair, and these people, online trolls, use profiles that they just make up, and it's really hard to capture who these people are, Goods said. The racial abuse that I've had at football fields, I've always been able to see the person who did that, so I was able to point them out and report them and have a conversation with those people on what it is and hold them accountable for what they have said. Unfortunately, when you have the majority of an arena booing you, it's really hard to pinpoint those individuals who start it. There were two documentaries made depicting the racism which ended Goods' career, and the powerful films have seen many footy fans admit they were on the wrong side of history. Goods won 2 premierships in his 372 games for the Swans. And yeah, it's not so much the sports thing as it is the racism thing. I wanted to point out that Adam Goods is oh, we got an ad break. Ad break time. Is an activist with regards to the indigenous. There we go. There's the ad break thing. With regards to the Indigenous community, so it's always good to bring up people like that. And honestly, his staunch refusal to accept the reward speaks fucking volumes. It's good on him, honestly. Can we get some fuck yeah Adam Goods in chat? Honestly, poggers. Stick it to those fucking racists, honestly. Have the same problem with football and cricket in the UK with online racism. Yeah, people think they can get away with saying anything. They really do. Which never surprises me these days, honestly. It's just... Far too many people are comfortable with the idea of demeaning someone else based on... It all comes back to that privilege discussion. We're always having the privilege discussion. Guarantee you, the people who have been insulting Adam Goods and other sportsing people in AFL and whatever else, they're white. Very typically they're white, and they're used to just having everything handed to them on a silver platter. They will see someone like Adam Goods or any other Aboriginal footy player or any other footy player of any other ethnicity as someone who's just a dancing clown for their entertainment. That's how they literally see them. It's remarkable. that Adam Goods was probably making like millions of dollars playing that game. For all intents and purposes, he is leagues above most of the people who are watching him. And I mean, like, financially, in terms of his class status, you know, Adam Goods was above those people who are making those racist remarks. And yet they will still look at the person who's making tons more money than them, who has got a significantly better life than they do, and still look down at them and treat them as though they are lesser because of the facets of their existence. Things like their race, or things like their sex, or their gender, or their, whether it could be disability or anything like that. There could be someone doing tremendously well, but if that, and honestly, that just feeds into it. They could see someone like Adam Goods, an indigenous man, doing tremendously well at a sport that maybe those fans have tried to play, and maybe they're just not very good at it. Maybe they just didn't have what it took to become athletic, and that manifests in those incredibly toxic attitudes. Either entertainment or to tick diversity boxes rather than their actual talent. Exactly. They want to keep politics out of the game since they want to ignore injustices around them. Precisely. You're not wrong. And that's true of anything. You know, you see and we see this all the time. If, you know, we come back around to, let's say, the guy, what's his name? John Boyega in Star Wars, when he was playing Finn. You know, heavy trailers came out about the Force Awakens. Heavy trailers. Trailers heavily featuring Finn. Trailers heavily featuring John Boyega, a black man, at the front and center of one of the most iconic sci-fi franchises in media history. And by putting a black man front and center of those trailers and all of that, he was subjected to just obscene levels of racism by the audience, by the fans. And yeah, they're saying they're making it too political. They're pandering to diversity politics, identity politics, and all this other bullshit. As if diversity is somehow a bad thing. As if representation is somehow a negative. These people, we should really call these people exactly what they are. It's white supremacists. That's what it is. It's what it all boils down to. They see it like that, yeah. They see it as they are somehow slighted. Again, it's people who are mediocre who are doing these things. It's people who've never accomplished anything in their lives. And they are jealous at somebody that is not as... I think in a subconscious way, a lot of these racists and sexists and transphobes, homophobes, whatever, I think a lot of it stems from the fact that, especially if they are white, straight, cis, etc., able-bodied, when they see somebody who is famous who is not like them, they feel slighted because, why is that not me? That's kind of the situation. There's like, they know that they have that privilege, and yet they're seeing somebody that they see as not worthy of the privilege of being at the top of their game or whatever, and thus they decide derision is the route to go. Does that make sense? They decide to assert some level of superiority based on their own perceived privilege because their own privilege hasn't paid off for them in the way that they would have liked. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. I don't know. I'm rambling. It's late. It's 11:45. Forgive me if it makes no sense. Completely off topic, but there's a pimple inside your belly button. How did you manage that? Oh, goodness. They see that normal is people like them and not people of different skin colors, different ability, differing sexual alignment. If people not like them are being represented, it's pandering and it's sick. Yeah, exactly. It's like they're trying to overcompensate for their own mediocrity. Precisely it. That's how it's always been. You know? It's people who have been taught to believe that we live in a white Christian society. You know, straight is the norm. Transgender people don't exist, etc., 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 etc. They've got these preconceived notions that the world, the society that they live in is made for them. And when they see someone who is not them succeeding, it inflames a bunch of preconceived notions they have about anyone they see as not befitting normal society. Normal society. Does talking a dear friend into not going back to cocaine after it almost killed them count as accomplishing something in your life? Yes, the fuck it does, Echo. Congratulations. That's good. That is very good. You did good. You did well. I'm proud of you. That is definitely an accomplishment. You should wear that on your sleeve like a badge of honor, honestly. We always appreciate those that help, that go out of their way to help each other, that go out of their way to be that shoulder to cry on for others. I'm very appreciative of that. My best friend is honestly one of the best people in the world, for me in that regard. I haven't gone back to cocaine. That implies I was ever on cocaine. We're not going to go into that. You know, the people out there who are empathetic enough to take the time out of their day to console and consult and help their friends are the most valuable people, honestly. We should really treasure those friends who are, what's the word I'm looking for here? Help me. We should always treasure those friends who just do everything in their power to make sure their friends are okay, you know? And help them if they need the help. Have the most innie of innies, so probably haven't cleaned it enough. Get on the cleaning of it. Shall we do a little bit more? We've got a little bit more. Here's a news. Here is a news. Should we do a news? We've got a bit more news. We've got a bit more queer news, honestly. We could do that. I've got 3 news stories, 3 queer news stories that we could touch on. And I kind of want to do this one first. We got some queer food-related news stories. It's what you consider your greatest accomplishment. He lives in Amsterdam, so there was literally nothing stopping him from going back to it. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad you were there to help. You are a good friend. Okay. Burger King grills Chick-fil-A over anti-LGBT plus donations with mouth-watering Pride Month offer. Is the food queer or the story? Well, I don't think the food is necessarily queer in this one. In the next one, the food is queer. Don't worry. Burger King has slyly roasted Chick-fil-A over its continuing anti-LGBT plus donations, declaring the Chick-king says LGBT plus rights. The Chick-king. Huh. You saw the next story? Very wholesome. Good, good. Haven't spoken to him in over a decade. Hope he's still okay. I hope so too. Notorious U.S. fast food chain Notorious U.S. fast food chicken chain Chick-fil-A, owned by billionaire Dan Cathy, has a long history of opposing LGBT plus rights. The Baptist family-owned chicken chain, which famously closes on Sundays, has explicitly stated that it is opposed to equal marriage, and it supports a repeal of same-sex marriage in the U.S. God. Bit much, don't you think? Oh no, the damn gays have got rights now. How awful. Despite promising to stop donating to anti-LGBT plus causes, Cathy later changed his mind, and it was recently revealed that he had been pouring money into the National Christian Charitable Foundation, the NCF, which is leading the fight against the Equality Act. Fucking hell, mate. Imagine being this committed to hatred. Holy fuck. Don't buy it, Chick-fil-A. In the first few days of Pride Month, Burger King took to Twitter to roast Chick-fil-A and throw some much-needed shade, writing, "The Chick-king says LGBTQ plus rights. During Pride Month, your chicken sandwich craving can do good. We are making a donation to human rights campaign for every Chick-king sold." The fast food restaurant said it will be making donations even on Sundays with a perfectly placed side-eye emoji. This is the problem I have with this kind of performative activism, though. Yeah, they're donating to the HRC, which is good, but this is not going to continue beyond Pride Month. They've said during Pride Month. Whereas Chick-fil-A is still continuing to throw money at the NCCF or NCF, whatever the fuck they are, who are continuing to fight against the Equality Act. They're going to keep doing this outside of Pride Month, you know? Whereas Burger King is going to do it just for Pride Month and then not give a fuck after the fact. A real, honest-to-goodness, oppositional move against these kinds of dickheads that run Chick-fil-A would be to do this permanently. Keep doing it. Keep supporting those who are supporting LGBTQ plus rights. Don't just do it for Pride Month, you morons. Customers were overjoyed, with one writing, "Burger King throwing some much needed shade. I normally order a Whopper, but I think I'll be trying the chicken sandwich this month. No homophobia chicken here." And this is the thing, right? Chick-fil-A is just constantly throwing whatever money at the NCF and the fight against the Equality Act. Whereas Burger King is just doing this for one burger during 1 month. Why not just make it a fuck off? Why not make it a thing for the entire month? I mean, why not make it a thing permanently? Why not really side with the HRC permanently in the fight for LGBTQ plus rights and give a significant portion of your income permanently, a significant portion of your profits permanently. Like, make Chick-fil-A struggle and suffer, throwing money away at a cause that'll do them no good. More companies need to do this shit all the time. This is the problem with the Pride Month's performative capitalism, rainbow capitalism, is that they're making more money. Of course they are, because it's Pride Month. Of course they're going to be making more money when they're, signing up with rainbow-themed propaganda. It's like they're only benefiting from it throughout the month of June, and then they just don't care anymore. It lets cis people feel good about themselves. Exactly. Anyway, however, some questions why the donations were to LGBT plus causes had to stop after Pride Month, and why customers were expected to buy products before Burger King supported the queer community. One Twitter user wrote, "Donations predicated on people giving a company money always feel hollow. Pay it forward, make a donation, and wait for the goodwill in the form of brand loyalty." Another suggested you should continue to do this after Pride Month. Your new slogan could be "Taste great without the hate." Yeah. So this is like, I think we're all anti-rainbow capitalism here. As good as it is that companies do go out of their way to make it known that they support queer rights in the developed world, let's call it, they only do it during a time where it's financially convenient. Keep in mind, Pride was a protest, and now the system against which was being protested, which I know is, largely the police, but the capitalistic system has no shortage of oppression towards queer people as well. They're only doing this to make money, which we're all aware of. And it's a conflicting issue because on the one hand, all the companies are putting out their rainbow merch and are doing their rainbow things that they do to support the queers during the queer month. But where was I going with this? On the one hand, it's good from the perspective of it's showing that being queer and supporting Pride Month is more acceptable and is a better thing for society than being outright bigoted towards queer people. But they're, again, only doing it in the interests of income, and they're only doing it in the interest... Like, they're not going to continue to support people past this point. Again, the example I love to bring up all the time is Fall Guys. Their social media profile picture has not changed from their gay pride logo since they put it up, I think, last Pride Month. They put it up last Pride Month, and they didn't change it. Because it was a show of solidarity. They're not gaining any... it's only an avatar on social media. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But they left it up there to show, yes, we do support the queer community. And if you don't, you can just fuck off out of the game. Who cares? We don't need you. Which is a good thing. But we can't expect every company to wear a rainbow badge all of the time, honestly. I will say, there is a pretty significant portion of brand recognition which comes from their color schemes. But if they really wanted to show that they cared about the queer community outside of Pride Month, they would make charitable donations to these organizations that are fighting for equal rights all the time. We'd hear more stories of this happening outside of Pride Month, but we don't. Don't buy things from performative activism company. Instead, give your money directly to a gay. Agreed. My Patreon has a $1 tier. If you enjoy the content, give me $1 a month. That's it. I only get 67 cents. It's a fucking ripoff. But anyway. We'll just quickly touch on this last story, and then we will call it for the night, I think. So stick around. We're going to raid somebody in the trans tag, if I'm not mistaken. That was the plan. We're going to raid somebody in the trans tag, so get ready for that one. Let me actually load up the trans tag right now so we can... Don't do that. There we go. Let me click on the transgender tag. Hey, look, it's me and Ruthie. Anyways, we're at the top of it. Just scratching my leg here, and then we'll get into the story. Oh, somebody's in the trans tag. Oh, somebody's in the LGBTQIA plus tag. I don't see a trans tag, but they're playing Bloodborne. Are they trans? Transgender tag. I see a transgender tag and I see Bloodborne, and I'm like, mate. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Where are we? Texas Bakery. overwhelmed with business after backlash over Rainbow Pride cookies. All this attention on our small business is very humbling, Confections co-owner Dawn Cooley said. A Texas bakery said it lost business and Facebook followers after it posted a photo of rainbow-frosted heart-shaped cookies in celebration of LGBTQ Pride Month has amassed many new fans from around the world. Confections, a bakery in Lufkin, shared a photo of the cookies on Wednesday on Facebook with the message, "More love, less hate, happy Pride to all our LGBTQ friends. All lovers of cookies and happiness are welcome here." And do those cookies not look amazing? Look at them. I want one of those. The next day, the bakery shared a more somber post about the backlash it received because it posted support for the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community. Today has been hard, really hard. We lost a significant amount of followers because of a rainbow heart cookie we posted. We received a very hateful message on our business page cancelling a large order, 5 dozen, of summer-themed cookies for tomorrow morning that we just finished decorating because of a rainbow heart cookie that we posted. My heart is heavy, a post on the Confections Facebook page stated. Did they address this here? Cancelled a large order. Did they already pay for it? Here's the thing. I don't know if, I feel like somebody in the comments section of this on like Facebook or something mentioned that it was pretty foolish of them to take a large order like that and then not accept payment up front. But it doesn't look like it addresses that here. The message added that the small business was already struggling to stay afloat and that as a result of the cancellation would now have a surplus of cookies for sale. If you love our cookies, we will have an overabundance of them tomorrow, the post continued. Hopefully tomorrow will be better. And it was. As word spread about the backlash, customers lined up around the block the next day to buy treats from Confections. Co-owner Dawn Cooley shared a photo of the line on Facebook, there's the photo there, and said the bakery sold out because people came out to show their support. All this attention on our small business is very humbling, makes me nervous. Those who know me, Dawn, know how shy I am. In the 11 years we've been open, we've never seen anything quite like this, Cooley wrote. She added that her sister and co-owner Miranda Dolder and their baker Felicia were incredibly humbled and grateful and moved by this outpouring of love. The last several people in our shop put money on their credit card for us to donate because there was nothing left to purchase, she said. Giving it all to local animal rescues, Dolder added as an edit to the post. We told the customers they could donate to that cause. They chose to do so. The bakery posted another update Sunday, writing that after Father's Day it plans to create a donation schedule to send cookies to local nursing homes and charities. Dude, this is an awesome business. I love these people. The attention has also won Confections new fans from across the country. Its Facebook page has nearly 50,000 likes. I am so glad to see all the in-town and out-of-town support you are receiving. Sorry that people can be so negative. Stand up for being kind, one fan wrote. When things slow down a bit, let us know if shipping is possible. I'd like to support you, added another person. If shipping isn't possible, I'll buy some by phone and email, and you can donate my cookies to a local LGBT org or children's charity. There we go. A little bit of wholesomeness to round out the stream. What do you reckon? I want some cookies. Oh, let me tell you, I was at my best friend's partner's party recently, and she had these lovely cookies made up, which were, just to celebrate the 30th, and they forgot to bring them to the party, or they brought them but they forgot to dish them out to the guests. So after the fact, they ended up separating them into little separate packages. I think they were either going to send them off or whatever it was. It's like, oh, you missed your cookie from the party. Here you go. So get a cookie delivered in the mail. They were so good, though. Oh, my God. I need to contact my friend and just be like, where did you get those fucking things? I want to order some now. They were so good. I might actually... There's an idea. Not for a stream, mind you, but there's an idea for a... What's it called? There's an idea for a... activity to do with the kids. Maybe I'll make some cookies with them. Some sugar cookies. Alright, so that's been a good stream. We've had a good stream. It's been a good stream. Good streaming. Very good streaming. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. I appreciate all of you. I hope you've had a good time. I hope you've had as good a time as I had. I'm taking a look at who's in the transgender tag right now. We've got Ruthie who's live at the moment. Or who else can we raid? Who else is available? Queer Company. What are they doing? I can't see because there's an ad. They're playing Minecraft. We could raid someone playing Minecraft. Thank you all for being here. You're all amazing. Can I say you're all amazing? Here's a chant for you. There you go. You're all amazing. Every single one of you. Be kind to yourselves and each other, please. I don't know why this is not playing. Oh, it's because I paused an ad because I'm an idiot and thus I don't get to see what this person's actually doing. We're all amazing. You're all amazing. I love you all. What's this? Fuck off, DoorDash. I want to see what's going on in Minecraft. Do we raid someone who's doing a Minecraft? Oh, I see the captions issue detected thing. It must be a problem. Yeah, it must be a problem on the actual extensions end, so I can't fix that. We're going to raid Queer Company who are playing Minecraft. It looks like there's 2 people playing Minecraft, but there's only 1 screen, so... And they've got an awesome texture pack. I know that texture pack. I think it's Sfax BD. One of my favorite texture packs. I've been strongly considering... Oh, they're on subscriber-only chat. Fucking hell. I can't even send you to that stream. God damn it, dude. Stop doing sub-only chat, you fucking wankers. I didn't even notice that. Alright, who else can we go to? Whom else can we go to tonight? Fucking Christ, dude. Make it hard on me, why don't you? Here we go. Sayora. This will do. I think we just followed each other today. Sayora. So we'll go... No. Don't do that to me, you dickhead. Oh, what the hell? There. Okay, we're raiding this person instead. I just came across this person on... On Facebook. And they seem cool. So we're going to raid someone who seems cool. That seems like a good idea to me. Does it seem like a good idea to you? I think it does. Okay. So. Here's the thing. Put that in chat. When you go over. When you go over there and raid. We'll do that one. But anyway. What was I going to say? I've forgotten. I've forgotten now. I'm tired. It's like midnight. You have to forgive me. They are playing Pokemon, Sword and Shield, at the moment. I've never gotten super into Pokemon, but it's kind of fun to watch, honestly. It's got a nice art style. Although, I don't know what the deal is with the menu being in a different art style to the rest of the game. That's super weird, man. What the heck? Maybe I'll do Pokemon one day. But I'm certainly going to be bringing back Minecraft, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls to stream at some point. I just don't know when. I really want to redo Bloodborne, particularly. Been really feeling it lately. Let me know what you think. I'll see yous when I'm looking at yous. I'll be live tomorrow, same time, 8 PM, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, Australian Eastern Standard Time, whatever. I'm tired. Good night. I'll see you when I'm looking at you. Bye.
Oh my gosh! Abigail Bell!